zaplecze Warszawy, tak? Żywność.
Można powiedzieć. Nasza produkcja rolnicza jako domu teraz, to jest jakby tak w dużej mierze już ekspert. No ale Warszawa też jakby tam bardziej sieciowa, sieć jakby jednak jest zainteresowana. Także tak.
Hello. Hello.
Nice to meet you, Konrad.
Hello, nice to meet you. A jakie gospodarstwo, że tak powiem?
My first time with one of these, so I hope I'm przekonany, że everything else is
Jęku ma jednocześnie właśnie do powodzenia wszelkich procesów technologicznych w porządku.
Szkoła.
Nie, ale to też idzie w internecie.
Nie spodziewałem się, że redaktor terenu pojawi się 500 km. Ja jestem z Wielkopolski, południowa zachodnia, to jest tam granica z Dolnym Śląskiem. Suchy teren i intensywne rolnictwo.
Wszystko tak jak nie powinno być.
I jeszcze zasób węgla brunatnego. Dokłady na głębokości 120 metrów. W rowie poznańskim to też ten temat sprowokował mnie do zmęczenia się głębiej ten problem wody. Nie. W ogóle jest nowy obszar Paku, 100 km od Koliny. Bo bardzo wiele zasoby węgla brunatnego w Polsce są tak zwane drogi poznańskie. Paku znasz, to 100 km.
Dzień dobry. Kamila Kulińska. Mieliśmy okazję się znaleźć. Dzień dobry, raz jeszcze. Miło. Wszyscy jesteśmy Iwan.
Teraz praktycznie.
Plany kopać. Ale system kryzysu też po 70 żywnościowych. Wtedy z racji tego, że to będzie dewastacja duża obszaru rolniczego, się udało jakoś tam powiedzmy odsunąć ten problem. No i on wypłynął jak pak przejął no i tam się kończą zasoby. No i teraz wrócono do tych zasobów zbadanych już, prawda, na naszym terenie. Zaczęto je tutaj badać, analizować. Tak dostał zgodę na wierty badawcze. Tak, było tak daleko. No i przy tej okazji oczywiście szum, protesty i tak dalej. W skali kraju był taki moment, gdzie gdzieś tam pojawiały te informacje mocno, ale na skutek poznania zasobów przez tych odbiorców mamy obraz, że wyglądają zasoby, one są bardzo szczupłe. W kopalni już nie będzie, ale o zasobach trzeba po prostu w naszym tam obszarze.
Mogę Pana dopytać o te zasoby wód podziemnych? Tak? To ja sobie właśnie chciałam.
Dzięki już to opowiadam, że zamiar budowy kopalni węgla tutaj to jest też problem, który trzeba widzieć w skali kraju, gdzie są zasoby, tam można podlewać, gdzie nie ma, no to byłaby skandaliczna sytuacja z punktu widzenia eksploatacji, naruszenia i wyczerpania. Dowiemy.
Dopóki są pozwolenia, dopóki są zbadane zasoby, dopóki jest bilans, to jest okej. Problemem są strumienne, które są nielegalne. To jest niezbadane.
A teraz jakie kontrole?
Nie można wejść na czynnik własny. Na pewno nie wody polskie.
I też mamy takie doświadczenie. Zbiornik retencyjny, który jest jednocześnie przeciwpowodziowym. To taki mały miasteczek. Nie pozwolono czerpać do upożywania upraw kukurydzy i dosyć intensywnego gospodarstwa nasiennego, nasiona kwiatów. Wykład naczyń połączonych, tak? Czyli tu eksploatowano, tu zasoby zgromadzone, ale jak je rozplantowano, to teraz cały napływ.
Nogę mi pan podstawił.
Pani przejdzie.
O, wy osuszyliście Wielkopolskę meliorację. To, co Siekierski tu napisał. Tu napisał moje. Moje jest wzięte stąd. A ja mam 2 kilo makulatury na temat sadzawek i wodnej gospodarki, to nikt tego nie przeczytał i nie przeczytał. Tu ma
Będzie pan miał na to 5 minut, żeby to...
Nie ograniczajcie czasu.
Będzie ograniczyć czas, bo jest godzina, ja jestem panelistą.
Somebody was speaking English here.
Говорите по-русски?
Tutaj.
Ну да, зачем нет?
Почему нет?
Зачем нет?
Ну, это все хорошо, друзья.
Pan Sebastian.
Почему?
Okay, I'm the interpreter, the translator, and I came to check if you can hear me. Yes, you can.
I don't know. For now, I'm not.
No, it's just this is the antenna which sees the signal.
Okay, so I should
don't
put it
have,
on.
yeah, like this. Okay, fine. So I just wanted you to
Okay,
hear.
let's check it. Can you go to your room and say something to him to...
Okay, and you will wait that you hear.
That's fine. Panowie, proszę siadać. Gdzie jest pan?
Zaginął, ale znajdzie się spokojnie. Życzę powodzenia po panowaniu.
No, już widzę.
Musi pani to dobrze rozegrać.
2% podatku rolnego w
To będzie wesoło.
Okay. Zaczynamy, tak?
Good. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Good morning. We are gradually beginning our debate. Please kindly take your seats.
I zaczynamy.
And let's start.
Przede wszystkim dzień
First of all, good morning, a very warm welcome, and thank you for coming here in so great numbers. My name is Ptak-Iglewska, and I have the honor to moderate this debate devoted to water management facing the crisis. So how to counteract drought and how to protect water resources. We have 1 hour. We have Mateusz Walterowicz here, Deputy President of Polish Waters for protection against drought. Marian Poślednik, former MP and former senator. Good morning, sir. Mr. Konrad Łuczewski, owner of dairy farms, producer of fruit. Mr. Jacek Soska, the MP, Under Secretary of State at the Ministry of Agriculture and former Speaker for PSL Party, and Mr. Sebastian Sangro Lucas, expert from Direction General for Watering at the Ministry of Agriculture in Spain. Hola. Water is generating problems. In September we have a disaster flood, which caused billions of losses, and in the next spring we are entering with drought. And INGW made 3 warnings against hydrological drought. Well, quite recently 2 warnings were published. The analysis counteracting drought, lack of water is on a quarter of territory of Poland. It is not a very well-known information. I was greatly impressed by it because during extreme droughts, lack of possibility to take water from underground was noted, and they stated the need to improve the underground water situation. And Poland has such resources of water like Egypt. Well, so this is a problem we will bow over today. I work in economic department of Rzeczpospolita, and this point gives me such perspective that we analyze phenomena globally from economic perspective, and we look through the perspective of costs, which allows to see the scale of problem in the scale of the whole country and the charge for state budget. And actually the load is great because, as the report of Polish Economic Society proved, as a result of drought we lose crops worth over 6.5 billion zlotys. So thanks to watering we can save 1/3 of crops. So today we will trace experience related to losses, to drought, but this also shows us on what topics we should focus, and this is retention, technology, politics, and experience from other countries. First, let's move over to diagnosis, what we are dealing with. So the first question is addressed at Mr. Balcerowicz. Well, water management facing the crisis, but what is the size of this crisis, sir? In your presentation from Polish Waters about water resources, Poland is in the position number 24 out of 27 European countries, EU countries, so it is a rather weak situation. Why? There is so little water here. Thank you, Madam Editor, for this question. And once again, thank you for having invited me to the forum. I must admit that 2 years ago I was at this forum at a similar panel, Water in Agriculture, and I was a moderator like you, Madam, because at that time I was chief editor of a scientific monthly, Water Management, and I congratulate you taking up this challenge. And yes, but you have 5 minutes. Okay, so let me move on to the answer. So you specified statistical data used commonly. So the statistics of surface waters, 1.600 cubic meters per person. Yes, really, our position is at the very end of the list of EU countries, and globally we are below the average because in Europe the average is 4,500. But what is of key importance is distribution of this water and the utilization of it. We have to be aware regarding water circulation. Amount of water is not changing, but what is changing is distribution of it and extreme phenomena in the form of lack or excess of water, so drought and flood. And when we impose growing temperature on it, so physics makes greater dynamics of those phenomena. And back to the point, utilization of water in Poland is for various sectors of economy, and creating a system of today's water law, a rule was assumed to balance the water resources, and introduction of a system based on water services, and that system was to show where the water is utilized and how is it utilized and if it is efficiently used. After 7 years from introducing this system, this year 7 years have passed, I think that still we do not have full balance, full picture. Therefore, because not all users
zbilansowani, patrz, posiadają aktualnie
are balanced and have current water permits regarding utilization of surface or underground waters. This, of course, makes planning difficult at strategic level. This makes it difficult to introduce appropriate directions of activities. But what is worst, really, that users themselves don't know what they are dealing with, because today they are aware that they may be using surface water or underground water in the form of flowing water, taking the water, whatever way, in agriculture included, but it doesn't mean that in that place the water will be present always, because it may be depleted and temporarily or permanently there will be lack of water. So first of all, balancing is important. Secondly, actually appointing areas where these problems are present to greatest extent, so hotspots, and here I aim at counteracting the drought outcome. Plan is excellent because it includes lots of activities addressed at many entities, but it has one shortcoming. It doesn't have the financial part in it. So all the entities who have to implement this plan are obliged really to search for funding by themselves, and those entities are starting from Polish waters, which I represent, through local governments, because local government units are specified there, through users, in that number, agricultural use of water, and so on. And therefore, one should consider how to approach it differently. And we currently are at the stage of updating this plan, and we took a systemic approach, so that firstly we show hotspots, so we do not make a list of tasks. No, first we point at places where problems are, and only to those problems we adapt a list of tasks, because a different approach, so going, hey, head forwards, including in the plan everything, like in 2021, leads to no good result. And if we have the hotspots specified, if we have tasks defined, then we can talk to financing institutions, be it we as governmental administration or local governments or users of water, in that number farmers, agricultural users, so we can show what we need and where we need the funds to be directed. And the needs regarding drought are great, because there are hundreds of tasks specified in the current plan at the value of billions of zlotys, but we realize that actually this is only a small section, because majority of tasks should be addressed at those who are at the very bottom. In case of agriculture, the bottom are farmers, producers, and they should have the possibility to stop the water where it falls, and to keep it where it falls, and not to think what to do with the water when it flows out from the field to the irrigation ditch and it goes to river. It's too late. Then the water must return to the system by taking underground waters or taking from onland waters. It's time lost, and therefore we think that the system should be changed in such a way that actually we should start from the bottom, and only after that do strategic things. Well, a very interesting thing, one more theme. I know time is limited, but I think I still have 30 seconds, so let me say the indicator of retention is interesting in Poland. It is true, because it is 6.5 or 7%. It is balanced annually, so it comes 6.5 till 7, but the goal is 7%. So building giant water reservoirs, which will not be translated onto what is happening in the soil, in the fields, so the outcome will not be as we would like to. Yes, reservoirs are needed, but they are an addition to the whole system, and it is important to keep water in the place where it falls on the ground. Well, it's too early for conclusions. Conclusions will be at the end of the panel, but now I would like to ask Mr. Konrad Łuszewski, who is producer of fruit. You run your company for several years already, and you have been in this business longer. So what are your observations? Is the situation with water changing, and if so, in what direction? And can we today imagine production of fruit without additional water systems? Well, regarding the situation, whether it is changing, so over like a dozen years of experience, I may say that in the past we expected a period of lack of rainfall for 20, 30 days. Today, we sometimes have summers where for 50 days there is no rainfall. So freshly planted fruit trees or berries cannot survive in the soil without watering. Actually, the plants will not survive, so about 50% may die out. Whereas when you apply irrigation system, so a good irrigation system, then the dying fraction may be 3%, not 50. So the answer to the second question, there's no possibility now to create good quality planting in gardening or berries. Cost of labor is very high. Cost of plants, which we bring either from Polish or Dutch nurseries, are higher and higher every year. And no gardener, no farmer cannot afford dying in the freshly planted plants. So watering system must be there, and it's best when it is automatic. Well, where from do you take water for irrigation? We take water from the deep wells from about 80 meters underground, and we have water permits allowing us to do this, but knowledge how much of that water is available, how much in the scale of the nearest years can be used, we don't know, but so far we know we can be using it, and this is how we obtain the water. In our case, what I consider a good achievement and a change in place for about 8 years. The system is fully automatic, and fully automatic systems guarantee the best saving of water in the form of lack of pouring too much water onto the field, because before, when the system was not automatic, very often we had situations that somebody forgot to stop the water or switch off something, and it lasted 5, 15 minutes, maybe 1 hour, and depending on the capacity and the area, we had a big loss of water which was actually draining into deeper parts of the soil. So first conclusion, which is most important in my opinion from the perspective of saving the deep water, underground waters, is large-scale implementation of even small technological solutions like time sensors. So if somebody is switching on irrigation, they must not switch it on with pressing a button, but they must switch it through a device which will stop watering after a period of time, 2 hours or so, and it will get switched off even if the person forgets about it. So water will not be wasted by too much water flowing to the soil through too long time of watering. Well, thank you very much. You mentioned underground waters, and this topic has been especially well studied in the Wielkopolskie region, thanks to mines, actually. And now addressing Mr. Intermediary, well, what is the situation in Wielkopolskie region with underground waters? How was it studied, and do we know for how long that water will be available there? Good morning, a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad that we can be discussing this topic here, topic of retention, water resources, and I have been introduced here based on my historic functions. I now would like to focus more on what is my experience of recent years, especially as president of local group of action in Wielkopolskie region, for a year president of Wielkopolskie rural areas, and you raised a very interesting topic, which for us in Wielkopolskie region, especially in this area of southwestern Wielkopolskie region, it is an area with lowest rainfall level in Poland, and on the other hand, intense agricultural activities, and with great resources of lignite at the depth of about 120 meters. And this lignite caused the reaction of the recent 10-15 years especially among farmers, but also in local community. Studies related to these resources of lignite proved, by the way, we have quite a big knowledge about this, but not very commonly known. It's our task to popularize it in the nearest time, that underground water resources are so humble and limited only and solely to resources which are renewed by water actually permeating down. So there is no inflow from external sources to those underground waters. Therefore, taking too much water, because without detailed balance, it may cause, within 10-15 years, it may cause a very serious crisis related to lack of water for everyday use. Also, in our region, the agricultural and food industry being quite large, so we must specially focus on it. And what we are doing, firstly, we want to make the local people interested in this problem, because general knowledge which is being discussed exists. Yes, Wielkopolska, yes, it has little water, little rainfall, but so what? So therefore, we decided that having such a big knowledge about these resources, we decided through strategic activities related to strategy of local development, local groups of activities, to include tasks related to small retention objects. And now, after 10 years, we have managed to get local communities interested. First of all, rural area communities interested in reconstruction of those small retention units in the form of devastated ponds. So we renovated such ponds in over 50 villages. This happened as a result of plans from 10 years ago. Now we have a new local zone of development, Zone G, and based on this experience, we want to extend the scope of our activities. On one hand, educational ones, that means through soft action, well, say from European Social Fund, which seemed very strange, nevertheless accepted by local governments of Wielkopolski region, to include local communities into such activities, among others micro-retention, as I name it, so gathering water, collecting water in troughs in form of various hollows, rain gardens, to evoke some reaction related to getting interested in the topic. Now in this new strategy we have various workshops planned with women in villages. They are very active there now. So to make knowledge common about retention, water retention, this is one of our consecutive action plans, and another one resulting from certain unsuccessful stipulations in our strategy, because we were thinking that if there is a problem of water also in agriculture, so we will get farmers interested in these topics. And we had a strategy of rebuilding of those little ponds, but also irrigation ditches, because we are a territory with actually great areas of trees removed. Trees used to be along roads, irrigation ditches, but farmers didn't take up this challenge because of poor financial capacity of water companies. Therefore, we decided that in the new strategy we must take up challenges also related to making farmers aware regarding gathering the water in the place of rainfall. And I'm very glad that my predecessor mentioned the new approach. So we must approach the problem bottom up, not from top to bottom, but bottom up. So study resources, include local communities to get them involved, and thus creating certain strategic plans and implement them with local communities. Because if we are trying to carry out politics like so far with top-to-bottom plans, well, I can give you one of the examples which we managed, fortunately, to stop. Rokosovo retention reservoir was to be funded from Polish waters, 100 million zlotys at the territory of peat meadows, where the reservoir was to collect the water by digging out the soil and removing, I don't remember how many millions of cubic meters of the peat, and to collect water there. Fortunately, this project has not been implemented because we would actually thus exclude 40 hectares of very good meadows. We would spend 100 million zlotys and we would devastate somehow the environment without going into details. Well, did the project assume concreting the peat? No, but the underground was the base was not studied. It was silt clay, so the bottom below clay was a layer of sand, and thus the water would either be drained, not collected, or it would be flowing in, actually drying the surrounding area. So it shows sometimes absurd approach to certain questions, because we had money, we want to spend it, and some local communities, especially local authorities, often have the will to show, to actually write in that reservoir, especially in our area where the reservoirs do not exist, so they want to have it as recreation pond. On the bottom of the reservoir, recreation can be done. People swimming and entertaining. So on the one hand, local approach, but on the other hand, some achievements and weaknesses. Thank you very much for the last example, which shows that projects which will now be made after the diagnosis must be very careful about local conditions of natural environment, because a relatively good situation can be replaced by a very bad one. And now addressing Mr. Jacek Soska, recently you filed a petition, a request to the minister, or demand, to improve retention in Poland. And I would like to ask you, you have 5 minutes to present it. What ideas, what projects do you propose there? What improvement you demand? Well, use a microphone. Sorry, madam, but if it is to be translated to my Spanish colleague, please give me additional 3 minutes. No, it's not needed. It's not needed. So, to the history, well, dear Senator, 50 years ago, 300,000 hectares every year were subject to melioration. And to a question to my ministry, I used to be, how many hectares is double? Dewatering and watering. The director could not say how much, so I kicked him away. So you actually rejected Wielkopolska region yourselves. Exactly. And now, to catch up with it, let me tell you one sentence to check. Nature tells us to pay a lot for rights and treasures we take away from nature. So it's human being doing it nonsense way, not doing it both ways, is harming themselves. And now program Soska Ponds, it's 2 kilograms of paperwork. How to say this so that they understand here with Polish waters not understanding? Why do you say there is no money? And billion euros which von der Leyen brought to fight the flood outcome, nonsense liquidation of CO2 emissions, the greatest cheat of Europe. This is water. I was in Piotr Piotrków with intervention. I have water supervision in Koniecpol, and my program, POND, is based on the fact that it's not money, it's not there. Well, I must shout because everybody can stand, but Jacek, I would like you to speak in peace. Are you counting down the time? Mr. Director, if from Fogger Fund, regional fund, I'm giving an example in Małopolskie region, it is 18 million zlotys. In the resolution, it's 45% for water management, so it gives you world championship. I will specify names. Vice Marshal Soris is boasting about one pond. You don't have a legal definition what is small retention and a legal definition of a pond. And in the resolutions, these things are included and money is allocated. So if he had one pond, well, it was actually compromission. And for 300,000, I will be moving to conclusions what the minister included, and not everybody read it. What Polish waters, not either. And how from 8 million zlotys addressed at increasing water reservoir contained in the Małopolskie region, 400,000 was used. So there is the second resolution, money not used by waters to be allocated to roads. The greatest braking power is STS. All local governments will not build no reservoir, at least not large ones, and that's one thing. And let me tell the following. How to abbreviate it? So as a program titled POND, this was the name in Małopolskie region, announced call for 50,000 subsidies for one water reservoir, small retention pond. This year, some people will correct me, it is 42 applications, last year 30. From 300,000 possible entities, farmers in Małopolskie region. I don't know if 25 will be qualified. They are not difficult because I also filed one earlier. I was not allowed. So this is a situation that 2 years ago it was 11 ponds made and so on. This is who is the greatest braking force. Practically nobody knows how this money can be utilized. There are no water licenses up to 500,000 meters of area. You have to say this to people. You file a map not deeper than 3 meters up to 5,000 cubic meters, and you get silent approval from Polish waters because it is notification. So this blocking situation, which was in counties, architecture and construction department did such impossible things that they were not passing it. It is cancelled. So this is plus. And the money is available because utilizing a few percent of water money in Małopolskie region. Why in Małopolskie region? Because you said Egypt. The world, 7.5 thousand cubic meters per head, per capita. Europe, well, you said 4. 10 years ago, it was 3.5. Poland, 1,500. And Małopolskie region, less than 500 cubic meters per capita. And Egypt has 1,100. So in every household in farm, there was a pond near the road collecting rainwater. It was an element of Polish villages. Everybody forgot it because we have water pipeline system. So to the question you ask, is money available? The money is available. Why not utilized? Because complete zero in advisory, completely breaking the situation by local communities, counties. They totally do not do it. Małopolska is a good example. And what comes here, before I move to conclusions, what minister wrote down, not everybody read it. It will show. Don't tell me silent. No, he wrote it down. So let me tell you the following. The 400,000 hectares, you should know it, Mr. Director of Polish Waters. This is also an element of how effectively to present it or implement, not ideas we will not be considering for 100 years because nothing will result from it. We will die out and 2 generations will be without water. So if now ponds in peat meadows done with the method of mini retention. May I use the name? It appeared somewhere. per hectare, and I will ask everybody who are protesting, who want to actually sow maize in peat meadows. So give 5,003 zlotys from square meter. How much will it be? 1,500 zlotys. 15,000 zlotys, sorry, for if the money is so terribly wasted. So now, crazy water and water security, Mr. Siekierski, Mr. Minister, he started signaling it because he knew yesterday I gave up that this is the most important task for Polish presidency. And now the 400,000 hectares buffer, well, time is ending. Is it possible to solve this topic, to present the demands? And now what the minister? Well, we have the colleague from agricultural chambers. If we are so active that resolution written by Minister of Agriculture, well, it will be related in consultancy with the unions, 54 organizations. How many applications were provided in writing from all Poland? 6. Mine was number 7 because they sent it to me. And what specifically in water? And if you want to see this has been implemented, it must be, look into this book and let me read it right away now. Well, Jacek, but you only have 1 minute left. I will be speaking faster. It mustn't be done so that people come from all over Poland, and I cannot say so. Regarding proposals raised by organizations of farmers of southern Poland regarding new interventions in water security, so the grazing of grass, polders and ponds. Siekierski, the minister, wrote, well, so that everybody know how much money is available, but let's talk about what beneficiary can take and is not taking because they don't inform them. So new eco scheme, water safety, pond up to 100 square meters, 5 zlotys per square meter of a fee. I will prove it with all organizations which are dominating now. From 100 to 1,000 meters, 3 zlotys per square meter. Please calculate it. Farmer is doing 1,000 meters, and is it a significant element of cash so that to awake somebody? Well, because nothing is in water management. We are going back 100 years from 1,000 to 5,000 meters, 2 zlotys per hectare. And this is a stimulus. Without cash, nothing will be introduced, never. And this is the reason why so much cash is being wasted. For example, 5 billion for KPO. Why aren't we focusing on water? Regarding the embankments and grazing, if Siekierski understands, doctor of SGGW University, that the embankment it can be done. And next task, group grazing, if the embankment is not stumped on from the outside, then the embankments could water for more than a week. So the question is how much money to add for grazing on the outside of water embankments. Thank you for your input, but now we are moving on to the next speaker. But I want to say, well, to Wielkopolski region, do work out plans for all those plants cleverly watered. It is grazing areas. I have 50 horses, 70 hectares, dry years come, and every watering in other agricultural utilizations is ineffective economically. But nothing smart in agriculture. There is a young man here. We should start it, but who will start it if no organization will build it in writing and will not shake the minister? Even yesterday, we were not allowed to speak at the debate, but in the parliament, ministers are actually struggling with nonsenses. Oh. Thank you very much for this input, and very emotional, but very much to the point. And finally, we will come to conclusions. And let me announce, gentlemen, I will ask you to point at projects and ideas which, in your opinion, are necessary. And here will also be room to come back to the topic. And now, let me address our expert from Spain, Sebastián Sangro Lucas. In Spain, situation with water is very difficult. In Catalonia, The drought has been for several years. Now in Barcelona, vast limitations, even in access for water for inhabitants, for citizens. And Spain is given as an example what future may look like in general warming up. And problems which will probably come to Poland. So what is currently the situation with water in Spain, and what strategies Spain has to fight drought in agriculture, and what is the scenario for your agriculture now?
Well, thank you very much for having me first. Starting with Catalonia, I think you've said a few things that are very similar to Catalonia. First of all, they have a smaller amount of reservoir water than the rest of Spain. The situation actually for the past few years, they had a very strong drought, and these reservoirs were depleted. In recent months, actually, a lot of rain fallen in the whole Spain, and these reservoirs have been filled up again. So the drought situation has been handled. Catalonia has a different of the rest of Spain, a smaller amount of reservoir. This is one of the points that you have been making in this panel, is to increase the capacity of the country to have water in storage so that it can be used during droughts. In Spain, for example, we have in total in the 16 hydrological basins, we have a capacity of 55,000 cubic hectometers, and we use, per year, we use 21,000 cubic hectometers. So that means that if not a single drop of rain falls in Spain during 3 years, we could survive. And this has never happened, actually. None of I think the most drastic situation has been Catalonia in the past years, where the reservoirs fall down into up to 15%, which is nearly technically zero. But none of the reservoirs had depleted up to zero in any moment. So also, you've been talking about data. Data is very important here in this case. Also, one of the strategies implemented in Spain to address drought is to have very good data. For instance, since a few years, we've been implementing an app, mobile app application, also a web page, called the agroclimatic information for irrigation. So it provides data to agriculturists so they can plan their irrigation. Talking about strategies, also different strategies to address drought from an agricultural point of view. First of all is implementing irrigation, of course. All the rain-fed plots around Spain during drought times are going to have more problems than other that have implemented irrigation, as you have been saying. So this has been working out since more than 100 years. We've been implemented irrigation since, we can go back to the Romans or to the Arabs, but this new modern irrigation that has been implemented started in the 20th century. We've been building a lot of canals, we've been building a lot of reservoirs to get the water to the agriculturals. And in the past years, since the year 2000, we've been changing this approach. Instead of implemented flood irrigation, which consumes a lot more irrigation, it's a lot less efficient. We've been implemented pressurized irrigation. So this has been happening since the year 2000, a little bit earlier, but strongly since the year 2000. We've transformed in the first period, since 2000 to 2008, more than 500,000 hectares from flood irrigation to pressurized irrigation. And in this second period, from 2021 to 2027, more than 700,000 hectares are being modernized with new technologies. One of these technologies is actually the automation of irrigation, so the telecontrol, so that farmers can just use their mobile app, for example, for activating and deactivating the irrigation. Also, another approach is implementing Fireware, which is a European approach to the Internet of Things. So we are bringing the Internet of Things into the agriculture and to the irrigation sector. This will allow different companies to implement programs to use artificial intelligence and other tools that are going to help farmers not only know how to irrigate, also to know how much to irrigate. And of course, I haven't talked about this yet, but also one of the first approaches from an agricultural point of view is changing crops, using crops less demanding. So, well, in Spain, or I think all the Mediterranean is famous for example, the olive trees. Olive trees is a tree that demands very less water to have a decent production.
Ja mam takie pytanie przy tym, czy widzicie Państwo potrzebę...
A question, do you see the need to apply new kinds of plants more resistant to droughts, or are you looking for such plants in the market now?
Well, this is a line of investigation that Spain has implemented, and I think all the Mediterranean countries have implemented since a long time ago, searching for crops less water demanding. We have varieties that could resist drought a little bit better than maybe other varieties. For example, for wheat and other cereals. For example, maize is a crop not that common in Spain. It is common in certain regions, but of course in regions where agricultural is rain-fed. Well, you won't find maize. You will find mostly wheat or barley or other drought-resistant crops. And also for orchards, for example, we've developed a lot of almond varieties. Already almond is a drought-resistant tree, but we also developed special varieties that are more resistant to drought than common almonds.
Okay, dziękuję bardzo.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, there is a portal, water retention measures, describing good examples of good retention. There are lots of examples from Portugal, from Spain. There are 3 from Poland, from Mazowsze region, and there is one from the north of Poland. But here we have a producer of fruit among us who has a lot of own ways for this, used a lot of variable technologies to save water in his farm. Can you give us the best examples? As you were telling me before the panel, you are using even weeds to reduce water consumption. So can you give us your favorite methods to save water in your farm? Well, here this experience comes from Oregon, from the US, where I had an opportunity meeting a producer of sweet cherry, 300 hectares orchard, and I was interested in the topic of not mowing grass between the lines of trees where it was not necessary. So we bought a mower, throwing cut grass to the sides. He bought the same in Oregon, and this showed us, this opened our eyes for some opportunities. That means today, I think that most orchard owners, the greatest scale of orchards in Poland is apple trees. So our imagination now is we travel, we can see an orchard with grass very nicely cut down. We have herbicide strips in lines of trees, everything looks nice, but from water saving perspective it is not so beautiful in my opinion, because radiation works very aggressively on the surface of soil and also in the herbicide strips, and at the moment evaporation of water from soil is very high. And if we need to present a different concept, way of thinking, one that with utilization of a mower, but not an ordinary rotational mower, because rotational mower cannot throw out lots of grass or hay, but a beating mower, because it has great power and great rotating knives, and it throws out the cut grass like hay, forming a 10-15 centimeter mulching layer of grass and weeds between the tree lines, which reduces radiation very much. We go in to cut the grass when it is about 50 centimeters high and not at the height of 20. So I think this is the most interesting examples. It, of course, raises some problems, pests growing there, but from reducing radiation, it has positive influence on soil. And the second positive influence is maintaining herbicide strips at the level of 10 to 15 centimeters, so not so that somebody has a weed, say 2, 3, 4 centimeters high, and right away they go in with herbicides or mechanical weed removal. It lets the weed grow. Well, no problem. It is 10, 15 centimeters tall. Tollers generate problems, but if the weed is 10, 15 centimeters high, it will be either sprayed with herbicides or mechanically treated with all machines for mechanical control in herbicide strips. So from water-saving perspective, it will be a better solution. Okay, thank you very much. And as you said, you are using drones also. I don't have a drone, but there are service companies, service-providing companies who start doing this. This also relates to water retention. It's a bit broader perspective, because from our orchard, we actually turned to 5 or 10% of berry orchard, which requires tunnels, foil tunnels, and based on knowledge obtained at various trainings, half energy needed for the plant to live. The plant is struggling with heat, and to be able to maintain all physiological processes, so spraying by a drone and shading the tunnel so that raspberries or blackberries find conditions easier for life, temperature-wise, positively influences saving water. And here, regarding the foil tunnels, I wanted to ask your attention to the fact that there used to be a trend 10 or 15 years ago, I don't know if it is still existent, that farms create monocultures. So if somebody is planting blueberries, American blueberries, so 5 to 10 hectares, and it is only American blueberry, in my opinion, much better a solution is to put stakes on multicultural approach, because from the perspective of water utilization, we may try to have strawberries earlier in April, May, with some tunnels or some slightly heated objects, and then we can have the whole production process in summer, and in September, October, based on the foil tunnels, we can have late raspberry varieties. And thus, if we build a retention reservoir collecting water which falls, a rainfall falling on the tunnel roofs, so from 20 millimeters we have 600 cubic meters to be used in our retention reservoir. 600 cubic meters should be enough for about 10 days of irrigation of tunnels through irrigation systems. So taking water from soil is needed in a relatively smaller extent. It is all interconnected. Thank you very much for this interesting input. We have 10 minutes till the end of our panel, so now I will ask you for 1.5-minute inputs. A few interesting questions remain. The first one will be addressed to Mr. Balcerowicz and Mr. Pośrednik about strategy of cooperation. So the first question Mateusz, what good examples of cooperation you have in improving retention from the perspective of Polish waters, with local governments, with farmers, and 1.5 minutes. I will try to do it quick. So ad vocem to what has been said, we on the web pages of Polish Waters, we have advisory file how to use waters. It was sent to ODR, Agency of Restructurization of and Modernization of Agriculture, and it contains interesting examples you may make use of. You say there are 3, so there are more. And as Polish Waters, we implement a program of retaining water, but already at the stage of the trough retention and from own resources, because we are not beneficiary to KPO, so from own funds. Over 4 years, we allocated about 40 million zlotys, 10 million zlotys a year, and 45,000 hectares actually have the melioration changed. And the third good example, Kluczbork County, there it was solved in a very interesting way. Local company, water company, roughly 10,000 real estate owners, because they are responsible for retention in the ground, 1,000 people, water company, Polish Waters, and over 2 years we managed from de-watering to convert the whole area into irrigation, into watering. I was twice at site. It looks done at low cost because it is a cost of a couple dozen thousand zlotys at the side of institutions, and actually costs of producers, agricultural producers, putting in money, and we stop the water in the ground, and it is visible both in the form of what is being grown there and also what is in the water, because that water is completely different quality if it goes to the recipient. So very good example, Kluczbork County. Please study this example. I don't know if it is not in your specification, madam, but it should be specified there. Everybody were active there, from municipality through 1,000 real estate owners, water company, local producers group, and finally Polish Waters, and we managed to achieve this. I don't know if I will have a chance to speak, so a few words about the change. What should be the direction of changes? In my opinion, should be utilization of water companies, but this requires generally reform in this institution to go towards very local element of this water company and locating it there. Thank you very much. Marian, you have bottom-up experience, observation, so please tell us what it looks like from local perspective and what are the effective ways to get everybody involved. Well, I have just mentioned a little bit about our local strategies of development and including local communities. It is a systemic approach, so we have experience in Poland, and it is worth utilizing them because 90% of rural areas are covered by local activity groups. We have close to 300 of them. They have good experience, and I believe referring to these words of the former input, we have to include the local communities and create bottom-up plans for revitalizing the devices, and also to include water companies, because in this formula, legal formula, in which water companies are operating, they are not effective, and here we have to join forces. In my opinion, Polish Waters, local communities through water companies, but also local governments to have sensible, realistic plans made for revitalization. For example, in Wielkopolskie region example, I do not agree with Mr. MP that the local people were devastating. Yes, they were in 1960s, 1970s, they were devastating structure based on communist economy approach, but historically the word meliorare means grow, and improving water and air relations. From General Chłopowski, famous soldier but also farmer, we should take example from 200 years ago. He started the proper water management also. So we have to bring the irrigation system or drainage system not not to be drainage, but to be irrigation or drainage irrigation system. And the third thing I wanted to highlight, because we are not talking about this, and this is today very easy, relatively, we have to introduce a system of current monitoring of underground water resources, having availability of the whole system of digital informations and what we know, because some institutions have some knowledge, but local communities do not have this knowledge. And it is a way for inhabitants in local environments to be sensitive to this problem if they know what is a threat for them, because they do not have knowledge in this respect. And of course, what Mr. President mentioned here, or Mr. Director, regarding change in the water company law. This is a key thing. Well, water companies is an interesting topic. I tried to find some information before the debate. We in Poland have at least 64 unions of water companies, and over, water companies all over Poland have great tax reliefs. They get subsidies from Ministry of Agriculture. So what are they doing, in your opinion, and what would you like them to be used for? Well, this is information actually blurring the reality. Yes, because, ladies and gentlemen, today, how many farmers do we have in the country? In the past, problem of water companies was a problem of farmers. Today, there is only a small percentage of farmers, and water is not only a problem for the farmers, so it is a problem for us all citizens. So we cannot base this problem to a great extent on water companies, understood so that it is a problem of farmers to a great extent. So this is a basic question. So I have already mentioned the fact that building this awareness is, first of all, giving availability of knowledge and information. This we do not have, and we want to somehow get involved, but it must be commonly solved, a problem, so that local communities know, because these are only general information items. As you mentioned, we have as much water as in Egypt per capita. And some things are known to people, but how is it translated to substantial things if people don't know the resource in local community? Well, thank you very much. We have 2 minutes till the end, so it's time for good advice. We have experts from every side here, so just a few sentences. I do apologize, but I will not go behind time limit. You see, so many people come from all over Poland, thousands of people, and you...
Bardzo proszę.
Well, he is speaking to himself. Kick him in the ass. Give him a microphone. Give farmers for 1 meter of ditches kept in good drainage. I'm talking of detailed. Yeah, well, sorry, sir, but he is shouting and not using a microphone. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please, greatest harming people of the panel should be. Last year I told you how to increase water resource content of drinking water per capita, and here we have it, how to maintain the remnants, so how to briefly eliminate the greatest sabotaging people in water, all local governments, water companies. Secondly, don't mention LGD. There is a citizen, and don't tell me that there are less farmers, because we have 42 people in villages, so people living in villages. And is village a place to live for all 42% of people living in the village? You have only a few percent of farmers. I didn't disturb you. Will you let me? So if in nature he is making a water pond next to their building a house, well, they don't live in a block of flats, and people make small ponds because they have it in their mind, like a pond. Give money to people who are using this money effectively. Money not touched for water is stinking. I will not let it to be done in future. Some water companies and all these things. Question to you, how many zlotys do you need to maintain good irrigation practice for 1 meter of a ditch? How much? 3 zlotys, 5 zlotys, and the farmer will do it by himself because he has other subsidies for other schemes. This is one demand. Another thing regarding water. Is the matter acceptable? Will it start when it gets to the awareness? Mr. Director, why didn't you make a photocopy? Don't you have a photocopy machine? There are 350 counties, and you, with examples, don't mean in every county you have regional Polish waters. Piotrków, I was there. I will not mention this because I will tell you later. If somebody is not fit for the work and cannot deliver to common knowledge information how to take money, so just only bastards are parasites on this money. And water management, immediately organize a meeting because Minister Siekierski even is asking me how to make internal good structure in practice of the internal embankments so that they don't swell after 5 days and the flood disaster can be avoided. And we have money for this. And here is the forum in order not to give 1 second to panelists because I'm weak, because I withdrew 10 years ago. But this cannot be the case that still waters, and you will give me a few seconds. Director said what he knew, but they will not give him. It is not possible. The minister does not allow this. Inhabitants of villages who have the farm, they have the right to collect rainwater and water next to the road and from the ditch, and this has been neglected, Mr. Senator. You have the pulpit in the Senate. Shout and kick out this minister. You will appoint a better one because they will not let me. 3 deputy ministers is 1 Siekierski because this is the level of knowledge, period. Thank you very much. Any question from the audience? Can I see it? Great. But I have a question to organizers. If we can stay here 5 minutes longer, well, he allows, but I will ask the organizers. Thank you very much. Andrzej Hałasiewicz, Chairman of the Council and Foundation for Polish Agriculture, FDPA. First brief comment is exactly about those ministers in the plenary room. I was astonished that one of former ministers is criticizing GAEK 2, necessity to protect the peat meadows and so how such a comment of a minister could remain without response from the audience? For me, this was something incredible, and I find it hard that people of such competences are made ministers. Well, there are lots of themes, but I would like to touch on one, and also in the context of Spain. Well, actually, the flood in Catalonia was so that in one place it was flooded, in another place it was dry. I was in October in Guadalest looking at the reservoir, and Guadalest was at the level of 100%, or 12%, unclear, as you mentioned. So we can have a drought and flood at the same time. But my question, well, the problem for farming, for agriculture, is that we have privatization of benefits and profits, and costs are made socialized. The water which we take from the ground to grow plants and to sell them to export, well, benefit is individual for maybe a group, and benefits are social. So we have to very seriously consider the question what plants we grow and very carefully give permits for irrigation. Spain has experience with almond trees. What environmental and social costs resulted from making almonds common? Do not let us have the same situation. Well,
Dzień dobry.
Good morning, Beata Kowalska-Kośmider. Thank you for listening to this debate, although I'm hungry for knowledge, because here we have an idea for having weather, but we do not have bread. And I would like to ask why nobody is talking of gathering a lot of water, 1% of humus. Why nobody is mentioning humic acids? We have excellent experts here, but we do not have any specific details. And honestly speaking, I am disappointed, because I thought I would get specific information here on how Poland and world is responding to water reservoirs. Yes, they exist. Fine, because they are useful in case of flood, but 0.9 humus all over Poland is a shameful situation, and we are not doing anything. Awareness of farmers is very limited, and we do not want to learn it. I experience it every day, because farmers do not want to listen what to do to put aside artificial fertilizers and to apply organic matter. Why nobody is speaking about this and is not teaching? That's my question to everybody. Thank you. He is speaking to himself without microphone. Thank you, Polish Soil Association. Although several times soil was mentioned, but yesterday we had an excellent session about healthy soil. These factors must coexist, and now if we are talking of saving and irrigation, because you were talking of it and you mentioned sensors which are set in time and they switch off after the time, but we cannot simplify it. So without basic information about soil capacity for water, we don't know how much capillary water that soil needs, what is necessary for a plant. So water solution. The question to you, do you make such tests? Because this is information which will give us savings. We must know till what moment to irrigate water until it reaches 30–40%, because that is the threshold of water available for plants. Then gravity water starts. If we over-flood this water, then it is responsible for flushing out the nutritive components of the soil and ending. Why soil properties are not studied? No chemical station, no laboratories offering such tests. So how can we be talking of saving on waters, especially on irrigated systems?
Katarzyna Ciła z
Katarzyna Ciła, University Development Research Society and Development of Poland. Practically like my predecessors, well, first, why don't we have professionalization? How many funds were spent on professional expert teams? Spain as an example, also Portugal, both professors from Spain and Portugal, well, they said that the average Spanish student has greater knowledge about water management in Spain than experts in Poland. So it is a completely different world, and we don't have professionalization here at all. And if we have such billions, so actually today in 21st century it cannot be done without professional staff, including the fact that we cannot hire experts from abroad. So this is a question mainly to the director of Polish Waters, but also to ministry from the perspective of bio-management. Well, in PSL party, I was at a conference of bio-management, but the problem died after elections. So these topics exist, they are raised, but when it comes to the point, those topics are dead, simply. So why there is no professionalization? Well, sorry, translator to our guest. It is 1 minute to the beginning of the panel in the main hall. I must be there, so I stop translating now. We have a proposal to collect your questions and pass on to panelists, and we will answer to you. Yes? Sorry, sir. I am going out because in 1 minute I start translation in the other room. It is 15 minutes after time. So all the best to you. Thank you.
Mamy w Małopolsce ponad 200 000 było hektarów zmeliorowanych, jest dokumentacja, nie wiadomo gdzie to jest, zlikwidowano zarządy melioracji. Dzisiaj jest samowola, niszczy się, wiadomo, tereny, urbanizuje się. Jedna sprawa. Druga sprawa, proszę Państwa, mówimy o zbieraniu wody, ale dzisiaj sytuacja prawna, niektóre starostwa żądają, jeśli bym chciał Mausera, przepraszam, zakrztusiłem się. Mausera postawić sobie na zbiór wody opadowej, to muszę mieć pozwolenie, proszę Państwa, ze starostwa, nie mówiąc o wybudowaniu jakiegokolwiek zbiornika naziemnego. I trzecia sprawa, uważam, że był błąd centralizacyjny, my dążymy do centralizacji. Powinniśmy powrócić do zarządzania zlewniowego, tak jak było. Centralizacja nigdy nie służy dobrze rozwiązaniom regionalnym czy poszczególnym.
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo dziękuję za dzisiejszą. Jak widać, mieliśmy za mało czasu. Temat jest bardzo duży, ale bardzo prosimy o przesyłanie pytań, tak jak powiedział pan Krzysztof, i będziemy kontynuowali tę debatę.
Róbcie takie forum, gdzie się nie może wypowiedzieć.
Szanowni Państwo, proszę o zajmowanie miejsc. Za chwilkę zaczynamy nasz panel dyskusyjny. Jeszcze minutka. Czekamy na tłumacza. Jeszcze proszę tylko o sygnał, że tłumacz jest też gotowy, bo mamy międzynarodowych gości. Jeszcze czekamy chwilkę. Poszukiwania tłumacza trwają.
Jak nie ma tłumacza, będziemy dużymi literami po prostu, żeby było
No
bardziej
właśnie,
zrozumiałe.
tak.
Przynajmniej fajne zdjęcia mamy już.
Tak, już mamy
Nie
zdjęcie,
musimy
można iść.
pozować, tak. Dokładnie. Jeszcze sekundę, bo to faktycznie... O, pan tłumacz nadchodzi. I więcej ludzi, więc fajnie. I już. Dzień dobry Państwu, nazywam się Wojciech Jakubik i będę miał przyjemność poprowadzić panel o ubóstwie energetycznym na polskiej wsi w kontekście perspektyw rozwoju odnawialnych źródeł energii. Jest to temat ważny, był już poruszany we wcześniejszych dyskusjach, ale tutaj zebraliśmy specjalistów, praktyków, którzy na pograniczu sektora rolnego i energetycznego chcą rozmawiać o ubóstwie energetycznym. Wszyscy czujemy zjawisko ubóstwa energetycznego albo u siebie, albo w naszym otoczeniu. Ono ma specyficzny charakter także na wsi i walka z nim rodzi ciekawe perspektywy rozwoju źródeł odnawialnych, rozwoju magazynów energii, różnych projektów tego typu, które także na Podkarpaciu widać coraz częściej. Są związane z tym różne wyzwania, a zatem usłyszymy na koniec też pewnie poznamy garść rekomendacji, co zrobić, żeby łatwiej było walczyć z ubóstwem energetycznym, na przykład z użyciem źródeł odnawialnych. Pragnę przywitać naszych wspaniałych panelistów. Jest to profesor Sławomir Kalinowski, kierownik Instytutu Rozwoju Wsi i Rolnictwa Polskiej Akademii Nauk. Brawo. Nie całego, ale Wydziału Specjalnego. Tak. I pani dyrektor też jest z nami. Bardzo dobrze, bo będzie okazja do zadawania pytań, do dyskusji. Na koniec, jeśli nam wystarczy czasu, będzie można. Jest z nami też Jarosław Fabiański, prezes Direct for Energy. Dzień dobry panie prezesie i wielkie brawa dla pana prezesa. Profesor Grzegorz Wisz, prezes Podkarpacia.
Professor Grzegorz Wisz, president of the board of Subcarpathian Cluster of Renewable Energy, Rzeszów University, and also Łukasz Hołubowski, member of the board of PCRB.
I będziemy mówić
And we'll be talking about what the energy poverty looks like in rural areas, how renewable sources can help fighting it, and perhaps we will get to know some studies case studies, but we start from theory, from the academia. And Professor Kalinowski, energy poverty can have various faces. What are the faces in rural areas? Yes, so in common perception, we think that energy poverty is a lack of means to heat our flat, but it is a very narrow meaning of energy poverty, because we have to think more broadly, more cascade-like. The result of this energy poverty is lack of appropriate means to satisfy energy needs, but we must view it in categories like insufficient satisfying or deprivation of needs, and what's more, insufficient satisfaction of technical needs or those related to equipping households, like rotting window frames or humidity in walls and problems with a leaking roof and so on. So we can see that energy poverty is a very broad problem and highly comprehensive, because the poverty itself is quite a serious problem. Although over 120 years of studying poverty in Poland and globally has been going on, we still don't know what this poverty is. It's similar with energy poverty, because if somebody is asking about the size of energy poverty in Poland, the answer may be 2% and it may be 40%. Why? Because we don't have one definition of poverty. If we assume the simplest definition of poverty, low income, high costs, then the poverty is at the level of about 10%. If, however, we assume the applied double mediana used in the EU, so mediana of spendings on energy, then it drops down to below 5%. It may seem very good compared to EU. Southern countries have much worse results. But if we look at other indicators related to such consensual poverty, that means a feeling of deprivation in energy needs, we may even be talking of 40% people under the threat of poverty. What do those people miss? Deprivation. It means deprivation of the possibility to satisfy the comfort, thermal comfort at home. I intentionally say thermal comfort, not heat, because we always think about heat, but nothing more wrong. If somebody has 19 degrees at home, they don't have the heat. It must be subjective feeling of lack of discomfort, because we cannot say upfront, you or me, 19 degrees is a sufficient temperature, because everybody feels this poverty differently. And what's more, problem is appropriately cooling flats in summer period, and we will be facing this problem in the nearest time in much greater degree than today. It is the south of Europe. All south of Europe has a problem of properly cooling the flats. So heat comfort and maintaining it is extremely important in our situation. Yes, and what the situation of cities is different from that with the situation of rural areas. Higher transfer costs of heat, lower than in towns, thermal efficiency of flats. It is very thermal energy efficiency. It is a very important problem. So poorly insulated buildings, insufficient thermal insulation of the buildings. And this is a problem which first of all, rural areas are struggling with. So even if somebody invests in sources of energy or renewable heats, the energy is escaping through inappropriate thermal insulation of the buildings. And what's more, we are dealing with several other problems, but I think about this we will still hear, because if we think of rural areas, I'm looking at my boss and my colleagues, we must not be talking of one village. If we have a village near a big city, energy problems or energy efficiency of buildings are completely different problems. That village, in our institute, we say it's gentrified. That means it is strongly getting similar to towns. And these problems are very similar to those in towns. But the further we go out to peripheral villages, the problems related to energy poverty are much greater. Much greater problems to satisfy appropriate temperature or heat needs. So here near Rzeszów, the well-being is radiating from the town. Yes, and this is yet another problem, because not only we have an axis related the country, peripheral village, we also have things related to various location in Poland. Problems with satisfying these problems will differ. So energy poverty actually exists in Polish rural areas. So let's look how to fight that, what tools are given available by entities like those gathered in our panel. Let me start from Mr. Fabiański, President, whose company Direct for Energy is dealing with various solutions which can help. So, yes, what Professor mentioned earlier, depending on how we calculate, but let's say about 66% of those who are energy poor are inhabitants of villages, and it results from what Professor said, what situation looks like about transfer and density, but also a very important thing, education. So educating people who have these needs here so that they energy-wise independent somehow. They are unfortunately being educated by not quite fully professional experts who see their own interests, their business in something, and not quite fully they want to help those people. We had a program named Clean Air, which was closed overnight in November, and quite rightly. Now it is returning since April, but definitely not on the same rules, because in such pathology it was made. Generally, it did not absolutely fulfill what it should have been fulfilling, because the program was aimed at especially to provide especially the poorest people with thermal modernization, to exchange heat source and to become energy independent somehow. Energy storage was not in that, because they are in mój prąd, my electric current 6.0, but really this program wisely managed and educating people and selecting companies for cooperation, those companies who really will take care of this thermomodernization in the right way.
Super, świetnym pomysłem.
It is really a superb, great idea, and giving access through these subsidies, giving access to people who cannot afford this. But if we have a situation where the poorest get 136,000 subsidy, out of which the company providing all these services, all their costs are 36,000, and 100,000 is what they earn, their profit, so it will not be working. So we are dealing with various pathologies in the system. Yes, for example, something would cost 5,000 in purchase, but it is sold at 50,000. It cannot be like this. And what's more, about 80% heat pumps mounted in our country should not be mounted in our country, because they do not fulfill our standards climate-wise, because they should be mounted in countries where minimum temperature at night drops not lower than +5 degrees centigrade. And we have negative temperatures. With negative temperature, this heat pump is consuming such a vast amount of energy, and then we have bills of fear, yes, and it goes to the beneficiary who is looking at the bill and he says, no, I will not switch it on. I must take a loan to pay my electricity bill for 5 years. And at this conference for many years here in Jasionka and Rzeszów, we keep convincing people to go for energy transformation. So how to save this idea with so many pathologies? How should this education you mentioned, Mr. President, and who should be doing it? Well, I think that first of all, here we should start from the very top, and we have a Ministry of Climate,
powinno zweryfikować oczywiście swoimi
who should, of course, verify through local governmental units who is doing it, what parameters should it have, and for whom it should be devoted, because then it will make a logical sense, will have grounding, and it will work, because, as the professor said, mounting a heat pump in a building which is not heat insulated is simply greatly ungrounded, because it will mean gigantic power bills.
Zanim program Czyste Powietrze wszedł,
well, I have checked it before, clean air program, so thermal modernization of a building from A to Z did cost, it was not long ago, 130 zlotys per square meter. Today it costs 300, 350. Materials got cheaper. So, where from does it come? Is it margin? Yes, it is simply margin. Yes, Professor, briefly. Well, it is, if there is a subsidy, of course, these margins, overburdens and potential profit at consecutive stages, heating, thermomodernization and so on, will be growing. May I only, about what was mentioned by you about this awareness or education, based on our studies which we carried out recently at Mazowiecki region, results that if we ask questions related to awareness, ecological or environmental awareness, or the possibility burning whatever we like in stoves, it appears that 30% of rural area inhabitants believe it's nothing wrong that we burn any available fuel. It's a vision of independence, yes, but it is also related to insufficient amount of funds they have to buy appropriate fuel, which could be safer for environment. Sorry, poking in. Thank you for the side comment. And Mr. Łukasz Gołubowski, I would touch on one thing here, subsidy. We start thinking only and solely about investment from the perspective whether subsidy is there or not. Nobody asks what for. Do we need the subsidy? How does it influence the price? If, for example, photovoltaic panels cost X. With subsidy, it will cost X plus 60. If we talk of heat pumps, the same is happening. I have been in biogas market. I'm building biogas plants, and I can build a biogas plant below 10 million without any subsidy. And I know examples of biogas plants which were built at the cost of 16, 19 million with subsidy. Half a mega, 1 mega, slightly more expensive. And what does it result from? Margin. Yes, there is margin. We have a few companies in the market, in biogas market, who are natural market leaders, and there is price collusion regarding materials and labor. In biogas market, we have a closed circuit. Like everybody went for photovoltaics, and they were renting thousands of hectares of land for panels. Few of them were established because they were banks of land. then investors went for solutions without, so we can see trading between funds with connection terms, and the same is happening with biogas plants. All of a sudden, everybody woke up. The first biogas plant built in 2005 without any subsidies, without any regulations, by a good oily company, still active. The company still has 5 or 6 other biogas plants. It's working, and I don't think that they would ever think of a subsidy. Our biogas plants, which we have been built without any subsidy. And return on these investments is not after 10, 12 years, like with subsidy, but after maximum 5 years. So fighting energy poverty should not only be based on permanent subsidizing. I'm not against having the subsidy, and for the subsidy to make any acceleration or earlier return on investment. Because this investment has to be funded somehow. Investment costs spread over time. These are the indicators every investor is looking at usually. But when we are talking, I recently analyzed the market of small biogas plants, so those small 50 size, small 50 size and cost generating 1 megawatt out of such a small 50 unit. So after 10 years, such a 50W biogas plant must be practically replaced by a new unit. The very cost of generating energy from this unit 50 is highest cost. We do not include cost of maintenance in it and labor of people. We are not with every biogas plant. Everybody say how fantastic it is because you don't have to do anything there. Ladies and gentlemen, for one biogas plant, I have 4 jobs, highly paid people, highly paid workers who do not get minimum or even average salary. That's twice national salary, because these are people who have to have technical skills to operate the biogas plants. These are people who have to be able to report every quarter. We have to be reporting to 5 institutions, a couple hundred pages, and every quarter the same work comes. So one job only and solely for reporting purposes. So I will not be complaining about it. It still pays and it still is doable, but you have to approach it in a correct way and start from education. And this education is done by what has been mentioned here, by companies who travel and shout how it all has been fantastically made. Let me give you an example of 2 largest cheaters in biogas market, Mr. Michalak and Professor Dach, who travel and say how biogas plants work with them. But the biogas plant in Przybrod never worked. It was never synchronized with the grid. It never worked. I actually did due diligence for this plant to purchase it, but unfortunately nothing more could be obtained. Is it acquisition like we had? Yes, we had telephone calls. Yes, centers were established to phone farmers and to talk them into, yes, we will build you a biogas plant, but you have to take full responsibility for everything, for subsidies, something. It will never be made, or it will be made and create a greater problem for the farmer than it is. So if we need to educate, when you have the microphone in hand, what will you tell the farmers if they get a telephone call, if somebody is offering the biogas plant? Let them ask how the biogas plant is to work later on, because development itself is the smallest problem. It is painful, but it is doable. But nobody will tell the farmer that this biogas plant is a small refinery which is restricted with all safety threats of gas explosion. So it is the highest level of security which has to be maintained. And besides that, these are physical-chemical processes going on inside one has to take care of and which needs constant monitoring. What is going on there and how it is working. Once you take care of all that, we are earning money. Otherwise, unfortunately, we still have losses. And this is an important signal. And what a signal will come from Subcarpathian cluster of renewable energy. We will hear from Professor Grzegorz and how to fight this. We hear about education, that there are various challenges. What you, Professor, can tell based on your experience? I agree with all statements uttered so far, although slightly controversial for me is a statement about energy poverty of rural areas, because rural areas are very rich about access to energy sources we may be making use of. But what has been said, lack of awareness, lack of appropriate organization, lack of a system of support reduces our possibility to efficiently utilize these resources. And this education, I guess, is actually the key factor which has very great potential regarding development and development of a degree of utilization of energy sources, especially renewable energy sources, because we have the greatest access to it in rural areas, whereas lack of awareness is a very serious barrier. I would also like to refer to what has been said about funds, because they have their positive and negative aspects. And as I fully agree that the program Clean Air in its final phase, when companies started exploiting it very intensely, was something what it's very good that it has been blocked, because it introduced a lot of pathologies, many negative solutions, a lot of practical applications emerged which did a lot of harm to people. We know that unsatisfied customer will pass on information to at least 10 others, and now fighting this negative information which is already in operation, which has been said. It was the example of heat pumps installed in buildings which had not been thermo-modernized beforehand, where we had the old heating system, a low temperature heat or air pump, which is easiest in implementation. The company completes this installation in one day, and the client remains with it for several years. And once we look at various social media, then clients share their experience, and we now not only have to magic this experience, and we must show anew that it makes sense, it is needed, and is doable. And today we should be supporting. As I said, funds have both benefits and negative aspects. So not supporting mass photovoltaics on every building. We have a lot of those, but we have to support those solutions which are in short supply. And what is missing? We miss integration of energy sources which are cooperating next to each other today. Like my predecessor mentioned, a biogas plant which is operating in a system, but if it was working together with a wind turbine and photovoltaic panels, then this biogas plant is something what we do miss. That means it is a stabilizer. And this is happening in rural areas. And in the village we have a lot of biomass material which is generated in closed circuit with the use of solar energy and water. In this process, CO2 is actually bound and captured, and we are producing something what is a highly efficient source of energy. We can be storing this energy in a highly effective way in biomass, and this biomass in a transition period of transformation
wykorzystywać tą biomasę właśnie.
which we are dealing with now, we can be used for stabilizing sources. We do not have our own coal. We do not have nuclear energy yet, and I don't know when we will have, at least 10 years in my estimation. And this atom, it will be a small percentage when it is, and we should be balancing it at local level. So moving on to substantial suggestions, as we have in Mój Prąd, my electricity, obligation to have energy storage to support self-consumption. So sources like biomass should put stakes at such systems to integrate it upfront. Well, we are talking here all the time about solutions for an individual farm. And I'm talking about creating a bit broader system. That means either energy cooperatives or energy clusters in which we can estimate local resources, local needs, and carry out sensible policy and balance this production at local level. Yes?
Każdy rolnik chciałby mieć swoją...
I will agree here because every farmer would like to have own biogas plant. Yes, I'm glad that every farmer would like to have it of their own and operate it on their own. But like a farmer is buying a tractor for 100 hectares, paying 3 million zlotys, which is standing, and it is a component which should be used around the clock to generate return. And like the biogas plant, it should be operating in a municipality or the whole village in order to stabilize energy from all unstable sources which we have on the roofs. Very seldom there are windmills. Those windmills which are in Mój Prąd 10.0, what kind of windmills they will be, what they will be doing. It's a fine thing that we are adding those small batteries working in the system, but let's keep in mind that all batteries which we are buying are not batteries produced in Europe. They obey certain assumptions of the inverter, and that inverter is not quite fully programmed so as to work in Polish market. That means every inverter has about 12 instructions for operation. Those instructions for operation are written by a Chinese producer, because we are actually talking of Chinese. 95% inverters come from Chinese producers, and Chinese producer does not notice problems of Polish power sector. In PCRB, we are in discussion with a large Chinese producer regarding preparation of inverters, which will be cooperating with and will be really utilizing what we call self-consumption. It is something very important and significant. So before taking up investment project, we should know about it. But unfortunately, nobody told us, because everybody said, "Oh, I have subsidy, so I will establish an energy storage facility." I have a facility at home. You know what I did? I used used car floor. It has 6 kW. It cost me 20,000 zlotys. I did it myself. What is return? Full cost. When will you have the return? It has already produced return on the investment. No. On purchase, I had return, because looking at the fact that I will not pay for heating from the heat pump I have, photovoltaics, which is generating electricity, so my bills dropped in March down to 0, or even the power plant has to pay me. So we are talking of this type of things, and I have quite a large house, so I need quite a lot of energy. Mr. Fabiański wanted to join in. Yes, so here what Professor said, yes, of course, and you, sir. So I agree with this. So biogas plant for every farmer is absolutely economically not grounded and based on the example you mentioned, but it looks nice. Yes, something big, 3 million cost, it is a nice thing. So we generally, as Poles, have something like this. We would like to have it of our own, so the will to possess. Mine is mine, period. But yes, really, those clusters and energy cooperatives, it is the future, which will allow to optimize it so that we utilize it and that the costs are possibly lowest. So somehow the cost of energy will not be dropping with us. Do not let us be misled, because quite a great concentration goes at what cost the active energy will be provided to us. But very few people pay attention at cost of distribution. Distribution costs in case of clients on G tariffs went up by 100% over 5 years or 6 years, but in C tariffs, so entrepreneurs and farmers running their business, they went up threefold, and many other elements. Passive energy and power fee, these are costs which went up drastically, and they are not mentioned. This is not being shown. We are talking here whether it's going to be 0.5, 0.4 zlotys or 0.65 zlotys, but what about for active energy? But what about distribution? We have to find solution which will allow us to obtain this energy in such synergy that we do not bear the distribution costs, because what we give back to the grid, of course they will pay us, but without distribution costs. This is only payment for active energy. Every producer of green energy bears costs, I don't know why, for cost of green energy. So here again we have aberration. We live in some Bantustan that power companies impose. If they produce black energy, so on us they transfer the cost of greening our green energy. Yes, you touched on a very significant problem regarding clusters and energy cooperatives, which would group inhabitants of villages and farmers, other groups, and would encourage them to create larger groups which could satisfy energy needs of those communities. Now, an interesting question. How to encourage? Look, in 1990, the last agricultural cooperative was liquidated, and we still have historical memory being negative against creating cooperatives and clusters. After so many years, we keep talking of it, how to encourage people to create such clusters and cooperatives. And if those clusters are established, so what you said, cost of generation of energy goes down considerably, cost of gathering this energy and storage drops down, and what's more, a concept may appear that rural areas will be providers of energy for the cities, so they may be additionally earning on this energy, so create additional segment of earning for often ineffective agricultural farms or inhabitants of villages. And yes, and here yet another problem arises which we have to refer to. We have inefficient transfer grid. For so many years we get huge funds on paper from the EU for improving the transfer grid. I think it is a new deal, 76 billion zlotys, if I calculated correctly, and we still keep saying that the transfer grids are ineffective and they are blocking the possibility of transfer somewhere. It is interesting that for so many years we did not manage to appropriately adapt those grids to better. Well, Mr. President, then Professor, we do not have funds.
gdzieś tam giną po drodze.
70, ale mamy...
In spite of these 70 billion, but we have the power fee, which has been in place for 5 years, collecting vast money, and the money is transferred depending on needs from here to there. But we have something like direct line. It got in last year, and it has been in place for a few months, and direct line, which comes from photovoltaic farm to a plant or factory, and because there is no transfer through OSD network, you have to pay actually a penalty in inverted commas that it is paid directly. It was to be 30%, but it appears to be almost 50%. So it is a bonus for innovativeness. Yes, a bonus for innovativeness. It will be difficult. Well, still worse, the transfer grids, Professor mentioned it earlier, the transfer grids, when you were sending energy from renewables, they were charging you with extra fee additionally. This was a paradox. Now the floor to Professor. We are finishing to complain. It will be positive and then questions from the audience. So let me complain a little bit because we are in the course of complaining, and I agree with what has been said. But let us try to understand the other side. That means operator of distribution grid, producers of energy, which we are using today. They actually had big losses because those who have system on the building are not paying for energy, and their balance is not matching. So they need to improve the balance. So therefore, they introduce various moves to improve their own balance. And therefore, it is a certain element which is slightly blocking the system and blocking the innovations.
O czym mówimy, bo pewnie zgodziliśmy się już.
And what we are talking about, because I guess we agree that energy cooperatives are the element which could sanitize the situation, because such a smaller entity improves energy security, but it also improves the capacity for self-balancing. We do not need to transfer the energy from wind farm on the Baltic Sea to Ustrzyki Górne in this region and lose 30%. Somebody will have to pay for it on the way because so much energy will be lost, but we will be able to work on our own, and those who will be in the village can be involved in generation processes and improve the situation of the village and reduce the energy poverty. And in long-time perspective, the state should also be after this, because if we spend less funds on energy, electrical energy, on transfer, we will be able to involve these funds in other places and improve quality of life in other areas. So for the economy, it will also be successively improving competitiveness of the economy. We have to be aware that what the EU is doing and the Green Deal, which we may like, we may not like, but in this or other edition for the EU, there is no other path, and the EU doesn't have deposits of oil nor gas. We do not have other resources. However, the renewable energy can be benefited from at free will. And now positive part of the panel, and then questions from the audience, I promise. So let's stay with Professor and in my direction with case studies, examples of successful projects of this type which help solving problems we are discussing in the panel, so that our audience actually gets incentives before they start asking us difficult questions. Will it be a good example? I don't know, but we once made an attempt in 2016 in the law of renewable energy sources. A stipulation appeared about the possibility to form energy clusters. We have prepared a booklet, and I think this is a good example. It was titled Energy Management in Local Government Units, and it was an elaboration based on ISO 50001 standard. European standard actually treating about energy management, pointing at territorial management units as those entities which should be animators of such clusters, such cooperatives or communities, because municipalities within own tasks have the obligation to take care of energy security.
Na tym się jak gdyby ta nasza dobra praktyka skończyła.
However, here our good practices ended because we tried to convince local authorities to finalize one case, a case which will show, which will point at technology and which will be a good example to follow. And first of all, it will teach us how to do it in practice. There was a lot of enthusiasm. We worked for half a year. Then we started working with a specific local government. There was a subsidy after 3 years. There was already awareness in that municipality where it was to be implemented high enough that a statement was said, yes, you are doing well. But in the meantime, there were elections and authorities got changed and this ended. So this is how it ended. And today, I know a few examples of cooperatives or clusters which were successful, effectively implementing the system, because we have a lot of barriers, but we do not have a system of incentives. In spite of having these things described in guidelines, we do not have appropriate incentives which would allow us to do this. And what's more, we do not have appropriate technologies, technologies which would allow us to integrate all these sources, digital solutions. So on the one hand, it is a social problem, lack of awareness, often also lack of trust with this cooperation, because a few entities have to come to agreement which will trust each other and will enter this interaction, and not quite fully. It will be so that it will identically pay for everybody. It may happen that some will actually find it more, some less profitable, and this awareness, it's very difficult to build those partnerships, and when we build this partnership, we lack technology very strongly, and we have some recommendations about clusters, and what will be advised by Mr. President Fabiański as a positive example. For me, a positive example, which I believe is working very well, is currently the Mój Prąd, My Electric Current 6.0, where apart from photovoltaics, we are obliged to also install an energy storage facility. So thanks to this, firstly, we are benefiting from this energy in evenings, energy which was generated by the system during the day. Secondly, we do not make destabilization of the operational system, distribution system, because this, in a way, was a very big challenge, and therefore a settlement was changed. So operator of the system is not storing it, but they are paying us for energy which we supply to the grid. So I am of good hope that this program, Clean Air, when it returns in new shape, it will be really a supportive program. Because as we discuss it, in supporting, in subsidy, there is nothing bad, but it must be done as it should be done. So that really, he who needs thermomodernization, let them have thermomodernization. He who may have a heat pump and pump will not ruin them in electricity bills, great, let them have it, but let it be market quality and adapted to our conditions, to our environment, our climate. So that's one thing. Another thing, we as Direct for Energy, but also our partner with whom we want to be doing a lot of things around the power, apart from selling energy itself, we want also to be educating, to educate people, not based on happening rules, but based on what to pay attention at, what to be driven by in selection, in choice, out of solutions.
Fantastycznie by było, gdybyśmy...
And of course, it would be fantastic if here from Minister of Climate, our rulers, there were such people, specialists in municipalities, not those who would say, take company A, B, or C, but simply this solution is good or it is not good, let's check it, let's see, let's educate ourselves, because, of course, internet, if we key in whatever, you know, you get a million of various things. Some people talk sense and in line with the truth, others talk nonsense, and others advertise themselves, so it actually went astray questionably. So we need an authority of some institution. Yes, institution is always an authority, because people think, okay, if I go to my municipality office or to some agency of restructurization, modernization of agriculture, there I have specialists who will help me to make the right decision. And here I do encourage very strongly people to go for this education, so that we do not walk blindly because somebody said, for you it will be fantastic, wonderful, and a few months down the road it appears to be a utopia, and not only it is a utopia, but it literally can drown us regarding electricity bills. Well, Łukasz, let me give you an example of a large company, agricultural company, who wanted to build a 50 kW biogas plant because somebody came and said that this would be most profitable for them. It will be a positive example. Yes, a very positive example. We got to that entrepreneur as a company. We were invited to give our opinion, and we started talking what the entrepreneur is producing, what do they need the biogas plant for. At the end of the day, it appeared that that entrepreneur made assumption that there was some subsidy available, and there was a seller who talked him into buying a 50 unit. Everything was matching. Only one thing was not: how he wanted to operate and his imagination on how to operate. I'm not against those 50 units, but I'm afraid that there are sellers who hear that there is a subsidy, so it's easy to sell. After some talk, a very large farm, which could have 1 mega biogas plant, but it came to the point that they don't have money and where to take the money from, because the subsidy will not be sufficient, especially that 1 mega unit costs 14-15 million. So somebody must put forward the money. Although we have 65% subsidy, so you have to apply for this subsidy. Investment is put off further 2 years forward. We did full audit. We showed them sources of funding, and we showed them that they didn't need to use any subsidy to build it. They could build it in a model of external funding, for example, by our company, because we as a company are also an investor. We are investing from private equity into such things, and we cover 100% of financial and operational risk for the first years of operation of the biogas plant, and then gradually we hand over such a biogas plant to such an agricultural producer. So there is an example that it is possible. You can even get support in the foyer. You can talk to Mr. President and you, Professor. Well, when you were talking, gentlemen, I was bouncing through all initiatives within the contest Smart Village, among others related to recuperation of heating systems in a sports hall in a small place named Rechival or Valley of Good, mentioned earlier, and biogas plant, which is an element improving efficiency, energy efficiency of that company. But if I were to specify one which is of key importance, I think I would specify that Dolina Dobra, Valley of the Good. I was looking around if Grzegorz Brodziak is present in the audience, but I don't see him. So if I am actually talking incorrectly, he will not correct me. Dolina Dobra, which in various stages of production, I guess you know that company, at various stages of production, they use this efficiency, not only economic, but also energy efficiency related to processing own waste, own bio-elements or bio-components which can be utilized in this biogas plant. But what strikes me, it's a foreign example from Jutland, from Denmark, a small town. I will not utter the name but almost 90% energy comes from a biogas plant, which is made by a cooperative, so energy cooperative created by citizens. Is it possible? Yes, it is. And earlier we talked for a moment before the panel that if in other countries certain solutions, certain know-how work, so I think in Poland it would be easy to translate certain elements into our reality. Of course, taking into account all regional conditions and the possibilities. One has to realize this perfectly well. Of course, yes. And as I promised, there is a chance for one or two questions from the audience. One was actually raised at the very beginning. Here is another participant. I will come holding the microphone. Don't worry. Please introduce yourself. Adrian Pacyna. First thing, we have low trust, social trust. Therefore, these problems with cooperatives and explanation. We in Ustrzyki Dolne, we have wind farms. No, energy is, we have it from Solina, but energy is in the north. But transfer grids are missing. So in Poland, they're located in southern Poland. The question is whether or not to leave the elderly people. Well, it's not even not to give them subsidies, but rather to channel it somehow, because naturally those villages are getting older and the problem will not exist in 10, 15 years time. So if they have coal 15 years from now, there will not be the problem. Simply those people will die out who are using it, brutally speaking. So do we have an idea to shift implementing certain ideas on the given territories? And addressing Professor Sławomir, what about regionalization of these problems? Because in some regions there is greater problem with energy poverty and in others smaller. So thank you. So shifting the support through people aging and regionalization. So maybe the first question first. So let me start a little bit to the first question. I think not. This is, I guess, Adrian intentionally put it sharp. We must not leave certain things until they get solved in 4 or 5 years or 10 years. We have to provide for them, giving them some minimum, not even existential, but social minimum, or satisfying their needs to the minimum. We cannot leave them. Then if average age is 70 years, Poland is among most aging countries, the problem will be solved. No, we cannot leave it. And the second is regionalization of poverty. Like everything, we have access of energy poverty. And as I said, it is access town, village, and another peripheral village and village near big towns, but also access related. I can see Łukasz Komorowski in monitoring of development of rural areas, access related to post-agricultural cooperatives or diagonal going across Poland related to social, socio-economical development of Poland. Energy poverty, it is highest. If you look Podkarpackie, Lublin area, Świętokrzyskie region, so any of the panelists, two questions, one about aging, the other one about regionalization. Yes, I would like to say I am actually positively, with positive attitude for everybody to have access to it, absolutely. And I think that, of course, what is very important, education. Because in our society, people are convinced that if a person is elderly, being 70 or 75 years of age, yes, not that they do not have needs, but it's very easy to manipulate such a person. And here, often, the situation is that those people get advice from their children or grandchildren. It is quite right, because they are more educated in certain areas. But what I mentioned, to have this access to education from professionals who know it.
Wbrew pozorom rzeczywiście są może gdzieś...
Polish village, well, there are villages with average age being relatively high, and 60, 70-year-olds live there. But I noticed that quite many young people go to the village around big cities more, but even in remote areas, say 30, 40 kilometers, communication is no problem. Everybody have cars, so they can get to the place in 30, 40 minutes. And if, of course, that house is somewhere there and it is modernized, then even if the house is sold, obviously its value will be higher. So I would not leave the coal here. Still, the possibility, let's benefit maybe not using a heat pump, but the stove fueled by pellet or wood, but it's cheaper. But let's follow the spirit of time. Well, we only have 4 minutes available, and another question. So there are 2 levels of education. Yes, formal education, but I can see Grażyna and Ireneusz here. So through local leaders, it is an informal education and encouraging people to go for a change or higher efficiency, energy efficiency. It's an important opinion. Well, please introduce yourself and quickly ask your question. Jarosław Brejta, Podkarpacki region. Mr. Łukowski said that the cost of building half a megawatt biogas plant is 10 million up to 15 million maximum. Congratulations, 10 million is a very low cost. Energy for Village program of subsidizing small biogas plants. For this half a megawatt, you have to build 10 50 kilowatt ones, which will cost within the range of 30 million zlotys. And the question, isn't it wasting public money? Because we are charming farmers, how fine it will be. I am a strong supporter of biogas plants. We are using a biogas plant, but 2 conditions, according to me. Biogas plants should be established in farms. They should be part of a farm, especially farms with animal production, one thing, and 2, adapted to the size of the farm. Thank you. Specific question and specific question. I agree. 30 million or 35 million, the 10 small biogas plants, it's a waste of subsidy, because nobody is later explaining to the farmer that whether it is a small or big biogas plant, it requires the same amount of work, the same servicing, and the same amount of maintenance. This is not mentioned. No, people easily say, take money, spend money, but what is happening with it? Unfortunately, not known. But one mistake on biogas plant will cost the cost of investment, because biogas plant may get cemented, so tanks will be for replacement. Thousands of things may happen. One biogas plant got burnt recently. Yes, it did pay to take subsidy, but I don't know. And back to what you have said. Yes, biogas plants. Let us locate them either next to farms or in the farms. Location for sure is important, to avoid locating it in the center of the village, but on the outskirts rather, and to avoid. But It is no problem for city dwellers because the smell from a farm producing animals is bigger than from a biogas plant, because in biogas plant everything is closed in chambers because the fermentation does not smell. And it's a beautiful conclusion from our panel, and professor has not been taken care of. So maybe regarding this biogas plant, small biogas plants, what you mentioned very significant is the thing of security, of safety. Such a biogas plant is quite a complex and complicated system, and it requires constant monitoring, constant supervision, and with smaller units, those unit costs will be relatively high, and that will bear space to reduce the costs, and that will be translated into safety and on how the system will be working. And here we are dealing with gas, quite a lot of gas, and safety first. Yes, neglecting the question of safety may lead to unwanted tragedies. We would not like to have it, and we heard a bunch of good advice from excellent experts. Big hand for our panelists. Thank you very much.
Za chwilkę będziemy zaczynać. Dzień dobry Państwu. Bardzo dziękujemy za liczną obecność mimo późnej pory już. Wieś nie tylko rolnicza, społeczne inicjatywy szansą na wieś zrównoważoną i atrakcyjną.
Village not only agricultural but sustainable and with opportunities for life. And we will be introducing all panelists. We have a vast panel with 6 participants. We also have a guest from the New Zealand. All the proceedings will be in Polish. If somebody needs translation for the input by our guest, please take the headsets just outside this room. You can collect the headsets for translation. My name is Monika Szewczyk-Witek. I represent Polish by nature and have the pleasure to chair the meeting, to moderate the meeting. And in this very pleasant room with us, there are, I will read names of our guests without any mistake, I hope. Andrzej Hałasiewicz, expert for supporting development of rural areas, chairman of the Council of Foundation for Development of Polish Agriculture. Monika Stany, Director of Institute of Development of Rural Areas from Polish Academy of Science. Agnieszka Wąsławska, local leader, member of Circle of Housewives in Village, and Grażyna Jagos-Dębska, Deputy President of National Association of Village Leaders, and Małgorzata Bojańczyk, Director of Polish Association of Sustainable Development, and Mr. Hamish Marr, Special Envoy from New Zealand for trading with agricultural products. And before we move on to a round of questions, there will be 3 rounds. I would like to ask you who in the audience lives in rural areas. Well, hands up. And who lives in a village which is distant from a large conurbation by 40-50 kilometers? This is good information for us because it also shows who in our audience is here. We will be able to refer to this information. I wanted to ask you to draw me a picture of a village today in 2025 from the perspective of demographics and succession, but also a picture which you see with information that village is not uniform because it differs depending on its location. Close to large conurbation, the village has different problems, and the village far away from large conurbation have different problems. So let me ask Professor Monika Stany, who has fresh data and will be able to outline this situation for us. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, if we consider whether rural areas are agricultural today or not, we should say it depends. So legal way answering, it depends. So the best measure is data from the agricultural register. And it is breaking down into agricultural and non-agricultural people. So people with aral lands and without. So agricultural are not people who are users. It's a farm, a household with a farm. Not only they have land, but also in over 50% they live on this land. And if entering the EU, 52% of inhabitants of rural areas in Poland were people who not only lived in households with usability of farm, but they also lived on the farm. So now this percentage is 22% in Poland, and 78% inhabitants of rural areas are people without agricultural connections. So this is the first answer, whether we have an agricultural agricultural village or not, but this is the process of desaggregarization. So briefly about the three processes which will best define this. So this process of desaggregarization, it's changing the sources of source of living from agricultural to non-agricultural. This is a natural, obvious process happening everywhere, and this is not any disaster. Even necessary it is. However, this disaggregation process is developing with various intensity in various areas. It's different close to conurbations and different far away from towns. So far away, generally we used to say that town is in opposition to the village and village is in opposition to town. Today we are talking first of all about a village nearby the conurbations. In such a village, a process of gentrification happens, so maybe urbanizing, the towns spreading, and people who live near the towns are gaining the features of standard way of living and running their households very similar to that in towns. And later, finally, we have this process of peripherizing. So those areas, it is roughly 2/3 of rural municipalities in Poland. On the peripheries, 1/3 is concentrating in the village. There is getting urbanized, let's say, but where peripherizing happens, unfortunately, the greater share of agricultural function in local management, the lower multifunction of the municipality, then the peripherization is greater. So only where we will have, apart from agriculture, other agricultural functions which will allow us to keep young people there, which will allow us to provide public services for those people, we will hold people there. But practically both the process of depopulation, and secondly, process of disaggregation, and thirdly, process of urbanizing. These are all three processes which will be progressing, and we today have to learn to mitigate certain things, to get resistant to them, and cope with them. However, unfortunately, we will not stop them. Thank you. Yes, I'm handing over the floor, and thank you for not only the picture, but for mapping the problems which are already noticeable in studies. And I ask for the very same thing next speakers, not only to show the picture, but also to highlight the areas where it is worthwhile to strengthen the social activities and to launch that. So about what Monica said, I would add one more question, which is more visible globally. Worldwide, we can read it in the recent FAO, the status of women in agri-food systems from 2023, that a noticeable trend globally is that there are most places for men and women are in countries with a low income, and especially in breeding animals, fishery and agriculture, which is the main driving force to reduce poverty. But following development, economic development, the percentage of women and men in agricultural and food sector is dropping. So is it really so? Maybe Monica could tell us a word about this, whether this economic development is actually acting against farmers. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and it is the case for years now, but now it is speeding up because we have a completely different technological progress, and it is so-called technological unemployment which is being created. So technology is pushing out the population involved in agriculture. So lamenting that soon we will run short of people in agriculture is not quite fully grounded. Let me add the rest of information, but not here. So, yes, exactly. This was the point. Dealing with supporting development of rural areas, we tended to think how to create forces which are not pushing people out from agriculture, but to create sucking forces, how to create jobs outside agriculture so that people have where to go out and even for them to want to go out to those places. So what Monica mentioned, we are successful. So people living in a village have a different, stable kind of source of income. I would like to put it very clearly and out loud. Ladies and gentlemen, Polish village, not only Polish village, but people living in Poland, or people who live in these territories have never lived that well as now. We have to be aware of that, and it's worth reminding that we actually have great success. Many people live well. Yes, there are poverty areas, there are problems, but it is very good. The fact that rural areas are well off, well, driving here to Jasionka, you could see how beautiful are our villages, how they change. This is an extremely important element. But to the picture which was outlined by Professor Stani, let me add something like this. I have a problem to see what the village is like. And the problem results from the fact that our statistics is not coping with measuring phenomena occurring in rural areas. Actually, we don't know how many farmers we have. We don't know. We don't know because there are many people who pretend to be farmers and actually they work in big cities in Poland, for example, in construction or other sectors, or they go back and forth working abroad, but they are statistically treated as farmers. We don't know how many farms we have, not 1.2 million, but I guess really we have 120,000 farms. Well, again, as a measure, let us take it, but even in Wielkopolski region, in extremely agricultural area where we carried out very simple studies in 11 municipalities, we asked municipality offices how much tax they get from agricultural activities, and asked leaders how many true farmers are there. So in extremely rural Wielkopolski region with large farms, it is also about 20% active farms. In other parts of the country, it is much worse. So really, we don't know what the village looks like. We know very little. And we have to keep in mind that today's village is something completely different from classic imagination. In the past, village was a common living place, a cultural community. Today, in a village, people live who may have their circles in various places, not only outside the village, but globally, via Zoom or other means. They can be talking to another end of the world, for example, New Zealand, but there is the community of experience. I was born and brought up in a village, and in my experience it was actually after harvest work for a month we were working in our farm, then helping other farmers in their farms, working together, talking together. Since the big machines became common, you do not have this phenomenon. So village is completely different, and actually, as I wrote in one of articles, those villages do not exist, I guess. Well, the village, traditional village is, well, there is a place where people live involved in various activities, but if we look at a village from the perspective of utilizing farmland, well, because land is aral, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be time for questions, so please write down the questions. Please let everybody finish the first round. Everybody want to get the microphone, but I would let you end the input, but this time Małgorzata. Okay, thank you very much. I would now, from the perspective of women, because today I represent an organization supporting women in rural areas, of course also in agriculture, and we heard about outflow of people from there. It is not about young people, but also about women who migrate to towns looking for better circumstances for professional development. And here, as Agra Women Foundation, together with Polish Academy of Science, with Monika Stany and her team, we carried out studies about women in agriculture, and there are themes showing up which actually show what is happening in rural areas. And here the result was that women are often better educated than men, and therefore these professional opportunities are limited. This is one of the reasons for migration. And other part is what was mentioned here is a question of diversification of economic activities. In our study, 36% women working in agriculture combines work with in agriculture with other activities, which actually points at the necessity to look for other sources of income. So we may say that village becomes a space for entrepreneurship, where there are services, agrotourism, and craftsmanship or local production of food. And in Poland, although women manage 38% of aral land, more than in EU average, only 16% of them identify themselves as managers of a farm. This may mean that formally they play the role of owners, but they have the influence on making economic decisions. What is needed here is a question of local initiatives. I know we will be discussing it later. A question of taking some action which will keep those women in place and will make it more attractive for them to perceive the village not only from agricultural perspective, but what else can be done to be able to stay there, to keep this succession, because it is a problem not only of Poland, but of the whole EU. We have information that in Germany only 18% farms go to the next generation, so this problem affects many countries. Thank you for the questions. I think they will be available in some time. We will have an opportunity to pass. Yes, I wanted also to pump up the question of variety in village. Well, in former panel, we heard that villages vary. You also mentioned that, but I wanted to mention something still different. In my opinion, history made a loop. Just like after the war, people were escaping from the village because the village was considered something worse. I mean, illiteracy, worse standard of living. What was better was in town. Now, for I think 20, 30 years, the situation is that people escape from towns going to the village, but they go to the village. Well, I am an example of this kind. I have been living for 20 years in a village. Is it an agricultural village? I would like to separate the topic. I know we are at a European agricultural forum, but let's remember that village is not a rural area. It's not only farming. Not every farmer is the local leader, and vice versa, and in areas close to towns. Well, I live in a bubble, so I am surrounded, living in rural area close to town, and although I am paying the agricultural tax because I have appropriate land, but I was never a farmer, and in my village I don't know if there is one horse used in the past for working in the farm. I am not counting the riding horses. There are a couple dozen horses, but it is a completely different goal, not agricultural use. So the community in rural areas is changing. So the village close to town, it's a completely different world. And village on the western wall of Poland, also including Mazurian lake area, it's completely different. And on eastern wall, villages look completely different. You can see in many aspects aspects of life. In preferences, our political choices, we can see this map of Poland, how it is perceived in various, well, elections, choices in the forms of area of our existence. So also let us remember when talking about rural areas, it is the only panel which talks about rural areas, but not in agricultural perspective. So I'm glad that this social aspect found its place. I hope I will be able to talk about local government in rural areas, because here we also have interesting studies. Maybe I can tell you a little bit more about women. More and more women are local leaders, and now we have two regions in Poland, West Pomeranian and Lower Silesian, where there are more women than village heads. Well, in May, National Statistical Office will publish results from 2024. It's a year of elections in those municipalities which were shifted to five-year term and were women being village heads, so like a herd leader, a manager, a person managing that local community. Will be more such women. It is the first level of territorial government, but as you know, the village head is an auxiliary position, so lower level of local government, and it is the first stage where women started taking over the lead, and I hope that in further higher levels there will be more of us after this local governmental elections and parliament. Well, out of 80 members in municipalities, there are only 2 women. So I don't have knowledge about agricultural issues. I'm not moving about that area, but social questions, local governmental, by all means. And here we are in the lead. And this agricultural leg has to be strengthened. I would like to have such money at my institute to carry out studies why those women are more among village heads, because there is opinion that it is not related with women's power, but with less interest in men to be village head. Therefore, space appeared for women. But yes, intentionally I'm provoking you, because these are very interesting and important social questions, because they are changing the village, but unfortunately scientific policy does not take into account such aspects in funding. Well, so about questions of choice, maybe at some different occasion, but I would like to land. I know the village, Żarnowice, where Agnieszka lives. It's a village which actually resembles my childhood. It resembles the village of my father, and a very good place, warm place, which actually takes care of you. It is a social aspect which I sensed very well. Agnieszka, tell us about the village you know. Agnieszka is, well, the member of circle of housewives. Yes, you feel this community, but during my life, about 30 years, I noticed that the village is changing. So, yes, I actually tend to believe that the village is changing. And to put it in, I live in a very small village, about 160 inhabitants. It is a village in Małopolskie region, and it is about 40 kilometers away from Krakow. So it is... yeah. So, for sure, each of us lives in a different place, especially that this is a forum grouping people from all over Poland. And from my perspective, the village looks like this. Our farms are small because these are farms from 5 to 10 hectares each. And if somebody has 15 hectares, in our opinion, that person is a big farmer. Well, the farms are rich and we can produce a lot. Yes, we can survive on it. Let me put it like this. But I noticed such a trend that that as my parents or my grandparents were able to survive of farming only, and they were not taking up any job. Now the younger generation, my generation, middle-aged, now, actually, fingers of one hand would mean people living only, solely of farming, and most people take the great effort to maintain the land, to farm it, but they work 8 hours a day on a job. After work, they come back to the fields and they do all necessary work in the farm, or possibly, if they are too tired, they actually rent their farm to somebody, because there is also the strong feeling that you have to keep father's land to keep it aral. So I would put it like this, but I notice this trend that now very few people have small gardens next to their homes, which earlier it was unthinkable for somebody not to have a garden to feed them, to live on it. Very few people have some poultry, some chicken for eggs or meat afterwards. Yes, in the village we have exactly one horse, which is now more used for a hobby, not to work on the farm. And yes, cows can be counted on the fingers of one hand. So the village is really changing, and now we have situations that the whole village can have a monoculture, for example, rape or wheat only. And like I remember when my parents worked in the field, they always took all children with them, and we were going from one farmer to another, working together. Now it does not exist, and there are no border lines between farms, but we are losing great amount of plants and trees, this biodiversity, which 30 years ago it was unthinkable not to have them. Agnieszka, thank you very much for this. So the name of the village is Żarnowica. So I would include our guest from New Zealand into our conversation. Before our meeting, I had an opportunity exchanging a few words, and very soon we came to the conclusion that problems are very similar. Well, actually, you had an opportunity to listen us talking of Polish village, and let me ask what it looks like in New Zealand. Is it really so that village all over the world struggles with the same problems?
It's exactly right. Everywhere around the world, this problem exists, and it exists because in real time, the value of our food has decreased compared to the value of the land around it, and we've got very, very good at producing land to the point where the money that we make off our farms is not good enough to sustain us anymore, and food has got so cheap. So no one has a vegetable garden in New Zealand either, because it's cheaper to buy the food at the supermarket. You go to anywhere in the EU, you go to anywhere in North America, Australia, New Zealand, this problem is identical. When my grandfather and my great-grandfather were farmers, they employed 20 people. On our farm today, we employ 2 on the same area of land. And I would think it would be the same thing in Poland. Agriculture has got very, very mechanical, so we don't need the labour involved in farming to the degree that we did even 20 years ago. And that is only, I'm not going to say improving, but that is how it is. Our village, where I live, we have, it's bigger than your village, there's 1,500 people there. But the crucial thing for me in a village is that everything is integrated. A school and a shop, all of those social things that make the fabric of a community. When a village loses its school, for example, it loses all the parents coming to pick up the children. it loses all the sport that the children play. And then when the people aren't coming to pick up their children, they're not going to the shop. And when they're not going to the shop, they're not buying the product. And this is not a problem, I don't think, that is unique in Poland by any stretch. I heard a podcast just last week outlining that in the United States now you need more than 700 hectares to not have to go and get a job off your farm. So you need to be a big farmer in order to sustain the costs involved in agriculture. In terms of the questions of diversity and involving everyone in agriculture, look, I couldn't agree more. I think you're 100% right. I tell everyone that I know, every young person, to go and do a qualification in agriculture for the simple reason that everyone needs to eat 3 times a day. So if you have a qualification in agriculture, you will always have a job because agriculture will always exist. You don't need to be a farmer to be involved in agriculture. We need scientists, we need truck drivers, we need agronomists, we need people to do testing. We need all of those things that are in the supply chain, and they can be anyone. In my farm, my wife and my brother and his wife and their children, all of our children, my mother and my father are all still involved. To me, the essence of farming around the world is the family. It is the most important thing because it's the families that sustain the villages. So village life to me is all about the family, and then the families, not all about the farming families, but the families in general are what make a village. The farming families that are around the village are important, but they're no more important than any of the others, because in one way or another, everyone has a link to farming somewhere.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank you very much for this additional context. It's hard not to agree. We all nodded our heads when you were speaking, and I would move on to the second round. And I remember about questions from the audience. I will come up in a moment to you, but I wanted to ask from bottom-up initiatives. So not these initiatives which are happening in rural areas and being inspired from above, but how to support the social capital of the village, which exists and which is very strong. Grażyna, I would ask you, because you started talking about village heads. So last week a new association of village heads of Lower Silesia, and female and males. So it's not a coincidence. What to do to strengthen the social capital? In my opinion, it is related to local government very strongly, especially regarding auxiliary units or village leaders, village heads. So the local government, that means municipality rulers, open for cooperation, open for participation, for building social capital of the civic society. I know that what I will say may be not popular among local government people. Definitely 2 terms support the fact for the openness.
Nie ma nic gorszego w samorządzie.
For building civic society, there is nothing worse in local community as rulers leading the municipalities for 20, 30 years, actually holding their positions, being main payers in the municipality, main employers, not payers, employers. Yes, because they hire clerks, they give jobs for organizational units, so all schools and so forth. And there is nothing worse than rulers actually rooted so strongly that they do not see partners in the society. They do not give space for leaders. This is related not only to rural areas, not only to village heads, but it is also related to cities, local governments in the cities. If there is no openness for participation, participation, for co-deciding, because this is also related to city dwellers. This is the main obstacle for me. And give space, and we will make use of this space. So let me add to this. Professor Buzek yesterday said that a village is a place where you would like to live well. So I will actually pump up the question on how to do it and how to utilize the social capital and bottom-up movement, how to help.
Współpraca.
Well, cooperation, this is basis of all existence. So actually, especially in the village, it is necessary because in the village, distant is always, everything is far away. Communication is very important. And another thing, what my neighbor said, school, local integrator, school, we neglect it a little bit. In Poland, unfortunately, it happens that very often schools are liquidated. And these are economic questions. There is no tax base in poor peripheral municipalities. Grażyna, I was looking where those village heads who hold the position for 20, 30 years. They are mainly in peripheral municipalities, so they are somewhere far away in eastern Poland. There is no human capital which can introduce a change in local communities. So it is like, please keep this perspective. You have it from the position of the variety, where there is a big concentration of people. It's a big choice because your village is near a big town. Yeah, well, I will not fully agree because now we are until the 31st of March, municipal council make a decision whether the village funds will be made available, and we carry out advisory within the villagehead.org.pl, and we are found not only by village leaders from my village type, but the leaders exist, and so far they are in minority. They cannot break through, so the social capital exists, but it is too small. But it is the starting point for causing a change. I know that, well, how to help? Concrete is more difficult to break because a drop will break through a rock, but with concrete it goes longer. So a few words of a comment. Ladies said, yes, it's really so that in those municipalities, the situation is that there is a group of people for whom change is a risk of losing a job, privileges, and they prefer to maintain the system existing rather than risking changes. So absolutely, I fully agree that two terms are necessary. But what to do to support development of rural areas? Firstly, I wanted to mention the program named LEADER, worth supporting and using funds from it. And the LEADER program, apart from its limitations, changed the situation in rural areas. Christopher, I remember in the first period when we were implementing the LEADER, one of representatives of local activity groups quoted a lady from his local village. We, for the first time, could do something on our own, and we got support to do this. So these initiatives do exist. We need public system of supporting such initiatives. That's one thing. Another, there are leaders who are natural leaders, but we need constant supporting of those who may become leaders. A lot good is done by foundation of supporting rural areas, but it is not enough. We should have a system to train leaders. Yes, such people who can take responsibility, give us a hint and give guidance and support social activities. So these are the elements which are very strongly needed by us. Let me add that time today is right in local governments to treat investment in human capital as investment being serious, because so far it was so that if the road was not built, a lamp post put there, and a football pit and bus stop, well, all money doesn't make sense to spend. Soft things are insignificant. It's time to talk about it and to change it towards integration, to following the example, to give time for village heads to go to another village, to actually watch the examples, because those groups were going to the west and looking at, yes, to the west of Poland, but very often we have exchange of opinions in Poland, which gives a lot of good, and really it changed a real lot to better. Let me add to what Madam Professor said, integration, but first of all, education and activation.
Za chwilkę będzie czas na pytania.
In a moment there will be time for questions, but I promise after this round there will be time for questions. In a moment we will include you. Please let us end this round, and I think there is time for questions or reflections from the audience. Well, we heard change is a risk, and for this change we need courage. And to have this courage, again, also from women's perspective, let me tell you about some action we took, and it is a great success. I'm very glad about it. So it is creating a system which will allow personal and professional development of people in those areas, so that they are not afraid to take up risky decisions, in their opinion, but not necessarily risky. As Agro-Women Foundation, we did last year a mentoring program where we took mentors, various people, managers from large agri-food companies, but also leaders from agricultural organizations, and 16 women from all over Poland came. This program lasted for half a year, and in the mentorship, what happened there, we had a wrap-up in the conference, and really people shed tears on how great change was introduced, even in mentality. To have the courage to change something, and thus you also build leaders who show by their example in rural areas that various other choices can be made which will support to avoid people outflowing from rural areas, to diversify this also from the perspective of activities, but also to build various groups which will be integrating local communities. So apart from systemic solutions, apart from the leader mentioned here, which is fantastic, we need such initiatives which will allow us or such social groups like women in rural areas to feel their power. It's hard when we are talking of women leaders in rural areas. Agnieszka, how do you see your role as a leader? Because you are one. I'm not quite fully convinced that it is the case, but because I also do not have a lot of experience. I am in housewives circle for 3 years, so I don't have vast experience, but due to the fact that our circle of housewives was established to start acting, so that our little village, which did not have the power, it was just sleepy, not much was happening, to start living. And what Monica can see is the result of all those activities which we, as housewives circle, we introduced, and we have a lot of things to do, and it is a plan for a long term, let's say for 10 years ahead, but we are satisfied by what has happened so far, and that the village, after this COVID process and the fact that people were separated, starts living and starts creating the community anew. But back to the question, basic question, Monica, what to do? In my opinion, we have to start listening, and we should start cooperating, because we as housewife circle or organization, I will get to it if you allow me time. So we want to cooperate. We have a human potential, and we have whom to create various initiatives with, but we don't have money. And here we count upon the local government and also on other NGOs, which are a bit greater, and they have subsidies for creating a plan or creating activities which we need, because I notice a trend that it's the government who invents some solutions without consultancy with local communities, and they introduce sometimes solutions which we do not need at all. And in my opinion, at the very beginning, we should ask people what they need. And there are programs which allow this, that they make money available for local activities, which are, of course, supported by specific studies or tests in local communities, verification if the activities are needed and if the local community is going in the right direction. So, in my opinion, what we need is a conversation, a discussion, which we miss a bit in our societies, and in actually understanding of bottom-up and top-down initiatives. And by all means, these elements appear, but in my opinion, there is too little of it, and not always they are addressed directly to local communities, and not always we need them. So, in order to conclude this part, of course, we will also refer to New Zealand, and then I will go with the microphone to the audience. So, how do you strengthen in New Zealand? How do you strengthen bottom-up activities in rural areas? And what are the key areas where, because you mentioned school, the role of school, which is significant, but how is it going on today? Which areas you are strengthening? Who is the main actor in these bottom-up activities?
That's a very good question, and how to answer it so everyone can understand. I think that what I've heard is not new, but I think in New Zealand we might be several years ahead of you in terms of where we are today compared to where we were maybe 5 or 10 years ago. I would make no differentiation between men and women in terms of leadership. In our community organisations, women are probably more represented in our town or village community organisations than what men are. We've had three female prime ministers. Half of our MPs are women. We have had a real change in, how do I say, our outlook is different now than what it was many years ago, and I think that the message from the bottom up also comes from the top down, and that it's just about having an inclusive mindset, and that someone talked about leadership, and leadership is about courage, and it's about not being afraid of making a mistake. It's not being afraid of asking for help. And more importantly, leadership to me is just about being involved, and anyone can be involved. So that's probably my answer, and simply is that in New Zealand, everyone is involved. Maybe without understanding the Polish context anymore, I would think probably a little bit more involved than what it is here, but only by a few years.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well, I must say one more thing. Yes, of course, bottom-up is very important, but the question is that we do not have funds for it in Poland. They must be obtaining, the organizations must do really great gymnastics, because in the second pillar there are no funds for it. In Cohesion Fund, the money is not for this because it is not the right fund. So there is a very big problem, even if we want, local development, super initiative, smart village, extension of digital villages. It is a great initiative also, but for all that, funds are needed so that those people learn to apply for them and want to utilize them. Without funds, you can paint the fence.
też a propos właśnie...
Well, a comment also that we need really combining public capital with private capital, and that is an entering program which we ran. It can be funded by business within ESG or the social character. Vast funds allocated for the housewife circle for the agency are insufficient, and simply you cannot make a good investment within it if money is not available. So combination of the capital would be a good solution. Well, Andrzej, and then ladies and gentlemen, Madam President, study presented statistically how many farmers we have or people related to farming in a village. What is the situation? Development of rural areas is funded from the second pillar of common agricultural policy, managed by people who perceive agriculture, first of all, and non-agricultural aspect of the village they cannot notice, and various political pressure makes them not see it. We need a different approach to supporting development. I was saying that the traditional village does not exist. I am for establishing a European fund to support local development so that we do not need to think whether it is rural or not, but to support initiatives, local initiatives, bottom-up initiatives, and such support is what we do need. And we have to keep in mind to have a rural area to be developing, we must have access to services, not only for development, but to avoid actually shrinking. We have to have access to public services and also commercial services. Yes, but first of all, public services of the state should provide village dwellers with access to public services. Yes. And Mr. Hemschmeier.
And just one thing, bottom up. In New Zealand, we used to have very much the control of the public services were from the municipality, if that's the right word, the big town. And it directed the funds to the little village. And then the little village formed a committee or a group and convinced the municipality that it was capable of not looking after all of its services, but some of it, that the community could decide when it was going to paint its fence and what colour. And over time, the community board, as we call them now, the community board has some responsibility and certainly some representation to the municipality on where the money is spent, and it does so on behalf of its village. So it's not the municipality that's making all of the decisions. Some of the social things now the power has been given to the village. But it's only through leadership and courage and people sticking their heads up that happens. If no one takes the step, it doesn't happen.
To znów o roli liderów. Idę z mikrofonem, oczywiście, ale pan...
Well, of course, I'm going with the microphone, but the gentleman was first. Forgive me, I will be coming in turn. Good afternoon, once again. I noticed, well, everything is visible in the statistic, Madam said. We have actually villages statistics, everything fulfills from politics to education. I wanted to go back to Galicia. I'm from here, and here we have for generations people of two professions. Farms were always very small, but we always had pressure on education. We have top results in education in Poland. So 8th grade graduates, and yes, it is a pressure. Nobody will survive based on the small farms. So there are two professional people. I go to my colleague who is headmistress of school, and yes, there is a party for half a village, but local community keep together. People live longest in Poland here. Well, if you go from Krakow, you will see there is the gap of length of life just along the borderline. But a question, many people want to ask questions. I know, but you were not talking about it, so let me mention. And therefore, I wanted to mention that 4,000 inhabitants village will not survive on a village. they would have to plant marijuana to survive on it. So we have other production roles in people of two professions, and for us those villages are rich, and people pay income tax, and there is more money coming from this than from agriculture. So those villages have full infrastructure, they have music school and cultural centers. We have to aim at this, because only here in Poland, when people emigrate, they return back to their village. Well, it's a question of density of inhabitation, but if they wanted, they would leave and go to towns, but they stayed in the village. So it's not a question, it's a statement. You were number two, so I will walk to here. Ladies and gentlemen, this quorum which is here, I think we need to introduce some joke here and some laughter. So let me address first the beautiful ladies. We were talking of village heads. So I suggest village heads, female village heads, to take off their pants. There will be more females. Well, we went back. Village gave to. I'm adult. I have children of your age. I am over 80. I have 4 children. I have a family. And what most of our society have? They have a house and a gate. We didn't have a gate in the past. We had links. Yes, we may long for it, but when women take off pants and put on skirts, it will return. Today we must see it differently. We live in different circumstances. If somebody has a question, I do encourage you to ask questions, but questions, please. I have a question addressing you, because it may not be the main stream of your inputs to the topic, but nevertheless, as you noticed, the village is becoming less and less agricultural. We heard that about 20% farmers are there, so minority. Inhabitants, well, 20 years ago, there were 50-odd%. Now there are 20-odd% farmers, so clear minority. And I have a question to you. How do you see, because of course, what is most important is activating people who live in the village, but I know there are more and more problems with people, inhabitants of big cities, who come to the village. You are an example, but not only you. Come and stay. So is it a kind of a threat, or those who return are not those who want to push out local inhabitants, because they come from this village again. 20 years ago, most people lived in the village, and now I'm going to the question. So now those people return to the village and start forming the village. And I think it is also important to set up a relationship properly in the village with the current situation, with less and less farmers and more inflowing people from town who start shaping the village to a greater and greater extent. I will take this question very personally, because when I became village head in 2023, main task for me was integration. These problems do appear, but let me tell you once again, not those people return who came out from the village, but their children and grandchildren. So these are completely different people. In most cases, they are educated people, but it is in most cases significant, but it causes a lot of problems, demand and the will to grout the village in concrete, and secondly, not noticing the character of village. So far, we moved to the village, and all of a sudden, barking dogs and roosters singing in the morning. Well, what is the answer? To sit down together, be together and talk, and break the barriers and so on. So people have claims if they are strangers, but if we sit together, we are together, it is a way to solve problems. Apart from what Grażyna said, there is also one important element. We need better space management. Great residential quarters are built in villages, and there is no common public space. The dogs you mentioned are let free to beetroots. When three big dogs chase one another, the beetroots disappear. So it is happening. So better space management, and I do appeal to everybody who have influence. Be careful about removing agricultural activities. Well, in Poland we have construction land plots for construction for the nearest 20-30 years. So Andrzej was talking of the village from 20-30 years ago, where community was naturally being built. For example, through common working together, this will not return. But it is not true that in the village we do not have this capital. This capital exists in the village, which can be utilized. But first of all, we have to strengthen it. And strengthen it was not clearly uttered here. You can do a lot of good, not only through money, but through legal changes. And when we were introducing the village head fund in 2014, it was not addition, because I would argue what played a greater role, the village head or the fund, but both activities are systemic activities. Systemic support for the village to be able to solve its problems by itself. Time is flying forwards, reality is changing, and we have to constantly think of changes which could help the village heads or all inhabitants of the village. And today we need a lot of legal changes, because it is not so. There are villages which are passive, which are active, and those in which vast potential is sleeping, but it cannot be developed because the law is actually choking it. We actually raise such proposals for changes. We hope it will be an element which will solve some of the problems uttered here. The village will not get a legal entity, but they may get a fractional one if having this legal entity, if they have access to own a bank account, and on this bank account today it is legally impossible. They will be able to gather funds in various ways. For example, you can imagine today, seemingly possible, but it does not exist, passing over municipal assets and taking benefits, collections and so on. So working out funds by themselves, they will be much more active, and in a greater extent they will influence those needed changes. And money will be always necessary, and may it be in largest amounts at this bank account. Thank you very much. And
dla rządu. I potem do pani.
Pani profesor.
Well, Madam Professor, here in Polish statistics, where I was once, it was 38.1% people living in villages. Now it is 42%. No, no, no. It is still 40 and... Please let me finish. It is the same number. No, more. 15 million all the time, since 1947. Please allow me. It is not a lecture. Sorry, madam. So, the village died out. Village, old village, Mr. Minister Kałasiewicz, died out in their activities. And the first question, must it be forced activity by cash or something? How to maintain it or revive it? Yes, but now a question, if one animator or leader, whatever we call them, will revive it and return the happy Polish village. Well, you are from Gołcza, I am from Wolbron, so Małopolskie region. It is very difficult, but what you should do, what is happening now, law about production space and management, to hell, you kicked out the stipulation which was priority of entrepreneurship in rural areas. If we do not introduce it, so then I will kick out Minister Siekierski. This is a stimulus to avoid making economic zones in Tarnów, Krakow, and you were all pushing towards more expensive. No, they must have relief in a barn and in various buildings they have from grandfathers. If you don't introduce it in priority of entrepreneurship, so at least the word sustainable village, from what perspective? It is hard to get and offer a Nobel Prize. What incentives to keep young generation to stay in a village? How to force lazy teachers to avoid 50% children having additional lessons, private lessons, so they don't teach children, schools are liquidated, so it's very, very difficult. Everybody, yes, in management, in ruling, units of local management, well, you mentioned routine. After 20 years, you are a routine person, but it is very difficult a problem at ministry. It had to be actually rolled over, Madam Professor. How to stop this degradation of tradition, culture of our Polish village? And thank you very much for understanding by peace, let it be my projects which could not break through those events of 1-2 days with using the teaching schools, churches and the fire brigade halls. No. These are very important things, but nobody is talking about it. If I may say, ladies and gentlemen, it is not so that there is some degradation in place. What is happening, that certain areas are depopulated, that people are flowing out. These are areas in which actually, apart from agricultural function, nothing was built. Yes, I agree, entrepreneurship should be there, but if there was no local leader, if we were not supporting them because it did not exist, so by force we will not create them there. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you the thing, maybe unpopular here, but from Jasionka we will start talking about it. We have to think over how to cleverly close down the areas where unfortunately costs of living are very, very high. How to deliver basic services to the population present there and to develop them where development chances are clearly greater. By force we will not break through certain processes. We have to accept them and to learn to mitigate them. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, I know that there are loads of questions and reflections, but we have to be finishing because we are far behind time. I encourage you to discuss in the foyer. I'm sure people thank you very much. Please be invited to discussions so we will be learning how to talk.